that, I will call to order the regular meeting of council for Tuesday, July 5th. Are there any questions from the public at this time? Seeing none. Oh, let's approve the agenda first. There's one change to the agenda. We'll move item G1, taxi industry review, ahead of agenda item F1. Are there any other changes to the budget? To the agenda? I'm going to see none over there. No other changes? That I'll move the agenda be approved as amended. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Looking to the minutes of the June 14th special meeting of council, are there errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move they be adopted as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? The minutes of the June 21st regular meeting of council, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move they be adopted as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? And the minutes of the June 29th public hearing for Bylaw 2016-03. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move they be adopted as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. There's nothing under D or E, so we'll move to item G1, the taxi industry review. Mr. Burt.
Good evening, Mayor Borman, members of council. I am here this evening to introduce Mr. Vlad Slavov from Western Management Consultants. His firm was hired to conduct the taxi industry review. So you have a fairly lengthy review contained within your package. I've asked him to pare it down and present through a PowerPoint, and the recommendation is that council accepts the taxi industry review for planning purposes. I'll be here to answer any questions from a protective services standpoint. We also have Mr. Orr in the audience who can answer any questions from a bylaw services standpoint. So I will get this fired up and turn it over to Mr. Vlad Slavov.
Slavov, last name?
Correct, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burt, and welcome to council, Mr. Slavov.
All yours.
Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Vlad Slavov, and thank you for the opportunity to come here and speak to you. So WMC was retained by the town of Canmore to conduct an independent review of the taxi industry, and I commend council for the decision to conduct the review. That's just saying that there's opportunities for improvement, and I think the taxi industry here provides an essential service for both visitors and locals. So without any further ado, we'll get started. What I wanted to focus the majority of my presentation on was the recommendations, the short-term and long-term recommendations stemming from the review, as well as what some of the key issues were that were highlighted through both consultation with stakeholders and public survey. I was going to shortly present some of the stakeholder feedback and review the future improvement opportunities. So those future improvement opportunities didn't form a concrete recommendation. Maybe it was something more long-term or something to be reevaluated into the future. So this is the original council motion from June 15th. And I'll speak briefly about the general approach to conducting the review. We started with some preliminary background research on what the comparable bylaws were in municipalities including Banff, Whistler, Hinton, and Sylvan Lake. We looked for cities with comparable populations and intercity bus service. We conducted a literature review on some of the best practices as they relate to taxi industry, as they relate to policy and to regulation. We also spoke with a number of stakeholders, and in a few slides here, I'll show you who we engaged and the kind of feedback we received from them. And we looked at a number of available data sources, including current reporting from the taxi industry to bylaw services. So starting with the recommendations, I thought I would just preface and say these recommendations are intended to be sustainable in that we had three lenses to conduct the review: to improve the professionalism of the industry, the safety, and the sustainability. So our understanding of sustainability was to make sure that there's no negative impact to taxi availability and that all the recommended changes would be something that would be amenable to the taxi industry. And the general approach with regards to the short-term recommendations was less of a regulatory approach and more of a some proactive ways to introduce the underlying or to address the underlying issues as opposed to immediately looking at more stringent regulations. And there's a number of reasons for that, which I'll get into in a bit. So the first recommendation, we found there was a big gap in the ability of administration and other stakeholders to consult with the taxi industry. So we're recommending that a taxi advisory committee that reports to council is formed, and this would have representation from brokers, from Bylaw services, from the RCMP, and potentially from the general public. The idea here is that there are a lot of different recommendations that arose from this review, and it's important that the taxi industry has an opportunity to comment on exactly how they would be implemented if the recommendations are accepted. In terms of a time frame, we felt that could be completed in 2016, and And the second recommendation there is to implement a customer feedback or complaint line that's posted in all taxis. One of the reasons for this recommendation is...
Mind if we interrupt? Or,
Please.
So with the advisory committee, that would be then appointed by council? Is that the intent?
In terms of logistics, I'm not sure it would be a formal committee of council. I think there's some decisions to be made with administration about how the committee should function.
Mr. Berg?
Initially, we were feeling that it would be more of a working group per se. So it would consist with the individuals that Mr. Slavov recommended, and that we would be reporting back to council based on what's working well, what isn't working well, what may require some regulatory changes, etc., as opposed to a formal appointed council committee.
Okay, thank you.
Great. And so we felt one of the critical success factors for this advisory committee would be to have some quick wins initially, to look at some of the more incremental changes that are needed, and to build some momentum to form better working relationships between the stakeholders. I think before some of the more difficult or challenging issues are addressed, you would need to form some working relationships between the different stakeholder groups. So we felt it's important for the advisory committee as their initial mandate to review the recommendations and provide input about how best to address them. The other benefit of the advisory committee is it's something that would increase accountability in that all the partners are brought to the table and everyone has equal knowledge of what's happening and what the reasons are for some of the issues. So going back to the second recommendation, the suggestion was to implement a customer feedback and complaint line, and this is a result of professionalism being one of the key issues that was identified in talking with the public. Professionalism in particular is a very difficult issue to regulate and enforce, in that it's tough to spot somebody when they're being rude to a customer or if they're smoking in a taxi cab. So this was viewed as a cost-effective way to have, again, increased accountability in the industry and provide an opportunity for customers to report their issues to the brokers and or to Bylaw services. And so this would be achieved in one of two ways. One would be voluntary cooperation from all the brokers agreeing to post stickers, a complaint or a feedback line, and something like a no smoking sticker, information about the expectations that passengers can expect when getting into a taxi cab. And the other method would be to regulate it via the bylaw. So it was our belief that voluntary agreement to implement this feedback line would be more favorable to the brokers rather than requiring it. And again, this is something to communicate to the general public that there are going to be increased expectations with regards to quality of service and professionalism.
Just again, a quick question. So in your experience in other communities, something like this feedback complaint line, is it typically set up and monitored by the industry, or would that be a municipal responsibility?
Right. Based on our information in the report, we believe it should be routed to Bylaw services, and customers would have the ability to request a follow-up if any issue needs to follow up on. And the phone number could be either a new line that's a dedicated line for council or for Bylaw services, or it could be an existing number that's basically leaving a message and requesting a follow-up. With the implementation of that, we felt it was important to have some public education and marketing about the new initiative. And in particular, this would be about some of the new expectations, what customers should be educated on to expect about riding in a taxi, and what are some of the types of issues that could be appropriate for this type of feedback. So the third recommendation, in discussing with Bylaw services, it was identified that there were some enforcement challenges, and that Bylaw services typically works regular business hours, typically ending around 6 p.m. And so a lot of the taxi activity happens after that time, going well into the late night. So there isn't a strong capacity for Bylaw services to currently go out on a Friday night or Saturday night or late into a weeknight to identify whether any issues are occurring. So in addressing some of the enforcement challenges, there's two components there. The first one is a coordinated approach with the RCMP, and this would be in terms of having consistent messages and education to the industry, determining what the priorities are, and discussing coordinating in terms of what type of separation of duties or what type of complementary enforcement could take place. The timeline for that implementation was also immediate to 6 months. And one of the other ways that the current enforcement challenges could be addressed were if Bylaw services was to have direction to revise their priorities and maybe spend more resources and time enforcing the taxi bylaw as opposed to a different bylaw, or even having flexible schedules for staff. So maybe there would be a shift once or twice a week that would run into the evening or nighttime. So there is that ability to enforce late at night. So the fourth short-term recommendation, the timeline for it is about 6 to 18 months. And one of the key issues that was brought up by the taxi industry was there's some inconsistency in the regulations pertaining to vehicles for hire. So this includes shuttle buses and limousines. And in particular, they mentioned there's different requirements for licensing, sometimes even how a shuttle should operate in terms of people could pay and have them driven right to their house as opposed to a shuttle operating from point A to B. So they felt that there was some inconsistent enforcement with the current bylaw, and there wasn't enough definition around what type of regulations should exist for taxis or for limousines and shuttle services. So the key outcome of that recommendation is to make sure that any differences that exist in the regulation between different types of vehicles for hire are legitimate reasons, and we want to have as consistent enforcement and regulation as possible, so there isn't an unfair advantage for any particular class of business. The fifth recommendation, it's to implement taxi stands and loading zones, and I understand there's been a lot of discussion and some proposals done on this in the past. This is a very good example of the type of work that could be done by a taxi advisory committee, where you're working with the RCMP and Bylaw services to determine if there's any potential impact to traffic or parking. And I think there already is some places that have been designated as good candidates, but there hasn't been any taxi stands installed yet. And I think there's a critical need for that when you look at Main Street, where most of the bars are situated, and that's exactly where there's no available parking, and there aren't a lot of opportunities to stop somewhere safely and disembark your passengers and have more come on. The sixth recommendation would be to require mandatory acceptance of debit and credit payment options. This is something that we heard about extensively in the public survey, as well in discussing with Canmore Business and Tourism, some of the other tourism stakeholders. The timeline for this is short-term, within about 12 months, and there's some fairly cost-effective options for allowing for mobile payment. This is something that would require an amendment to the bylaw. However, if this is something that most of the brokers would voluntarily agree to accept, I think that would be one way to mitigate that type of amendment. That recommendation would specifically improve the convenience, consistency, and particularly it's an expectation that a lot of outside visitors and tourists might have. So that addresses the short-term recommendations, and our belief was that a lot of them are voluntary or cooperative, or the industry working together to achieve the change. And if that isn't something that results can be demonstrated towards or outcomes can be positive, there are more regulatory approaches to take. But we feel there's a real desire by a lot of the stakeholders to work more collaboratively with the taxi industry. So our belief is that through an advisory committee, a feedback line, a number of these measures, a lot of the current issues are going to be addressed. And now next I'll move into some of the more long-term recommendations. So although there was a critical need around some of these changes, we didn't feel it was something that would be very simple and straightforward for a small brokerage or a company only operating 1 or 2 taxis to achieve. So some of these recommendations are more long-term in nature in terms of determining how to gradually adopt them and make sure there's no negative impact to taxi services in Canmore. The first recommendation is a mandatory driver and or broker training on professionalism, safety, and customer service. There was some discussion about Canmore's ambassador program and how taxi drivers didn't have an opportunity to participate in that ambassador program. They highlighted the importance of being strong ambassadors, given that sometimes the taxi is the first and last interaction you have with the town. I was presented with some materials from the City of Calgary training course, and it was a very extensive training in terms of customer service, professionalism, knowledge of bylaws, maintaining a vehicle, dealing with difficult customers and problem situations. So one of the reasons why the timeline is set to 1 to 2 years is that there's some decisions to be made in terms of whether that's something that would be developed in-house, whether that's something that the advisory committee could work with an online training provider or another municipality, or whether administration would have an interest in certifying a number of training providers that could provide the service. The other decisions that are outstanding, and this is something that the industry should be consulted on, would be how it would be phased in, whether at a certain point all drivers would be required to take it. Perhaps it could be drivers that are new drivers from a new point going forward, or it could be whether drivers receive a number of complaints and this becomes warranted to conduct the training. The second long-term recommendation are to phase in enhanced vehicle standards. We did a fair bit of best practice research about the condition of taxis, defects, vehicle age, and mileage. And what the literature suggests is that the biggest correlation to safety is having newer vehicles with high 5-star crash ratings and lots of safety features, things like lane departure warnings and blind spot detection. And it wasn't so much tied into the mileage of a vehicle, or so age is the biggest indicator, only because that's where the newer safety features are brought in. So in that recommendation, the timeline is about 18 months to 36 months. And in terms of phasing it in, this could be something where as vehicles are approaching end of life, they should be replaced with something that conforms to the new standard, as opposed to requiring a huge capital investment to replace a fleet of 5 taxis, for example. And just for way of information, I think a lot of other municipalities, if they regulate vehicle standards, they're about 6.5 to 9 years is fairly typical. In Canmore, I think the average age was about 11.5 years for the taxis. So again, it's a long-term recommendation in that to ensure the sustainability, it needs to be a measured implementation. The third long-term recommendation is to establish some sort of subsidy or grant to procure wheelchair-accessible taxis or low-emission vehicles. And again, based on the literature review, we identified a number of other municipalities who have invested in this type of program. In terms of a funding source, one possible alternative could be the automated photo ticket enforcement. And one of the other success factors to a program like this is ensuring that the drivers receive disability awareness training. That would cover knowledge of different types of disabilities, what needs some of those people might have, as well as how to properly secure the equipment in a wheelchair. The next long-term recommendation is requiring dispatch to be performed by a dedicated dispatch operator who is not driving a taxi cab. So this already exists in, I believe, 3 out of the 4 municipalities we reviewed. And in the short term, I think it's important to have hands-free use of cell phone when you're driving or pulling over and not using the cell phone when driving, and that could be something that could be addressed through a feedback line and commuting the expectation that using a cell phone while driving somebody isn't the safest method. But in the long term, we feel that a dedicated dispatch operator would actually create an incentive for some of the brokers to work together and establish a centralized dispatch. One of the issues is that you have 9 or 10 phone numbers to phone, and one company might be busy or engaged and you're unable to reach them. And similarly, there's no guarantee that the company you reach, their taxi is going to be the closest to you. So you might end up waiting more and not having to wait for a more distant cab to arrive. So in terms of requiring dispatch, again, this was a 1 to 3 year implementation timeline. And initially, this would require an amendment to the bylaw. And initially, this would be the requirement for drivers to have dispatch outside of the taxi cab. The 6th recommendation there is to streamline and improve the consistency of the vehicle inspection process. So this is there were a few inefficiencies noted in terms of when a defect is identified in a taxi. Sometimes you'll do the inspection, you'll have to do the service work, and then conduct another inspection to certify that it's been completed. And there's a few opportunities to improve that process. Again, that's about 1 to 2 year timeline. And I didn't provide specific process recommendations because I think that would be appropriate for bylaw services to discuss what our better approach would be with the taxi industry. The only other point I'd like to mention for number 6 is that one alternative would be to move the vehicle inspection in-house with the heavy-duty mechanics at the town of Canmore. One of the things this would accomplish would be increased consistency, making sure all the vehicles are inspected to the same level of scrutiny. But it likely would require, it likely would have a significant impact on current staffing levels. So that's just one alternative to streamlining or making it more consistent. The final recommendation in the long term is to review the need for more prescriptive insurance specific to the taxi industry or the vehicle for hire industry. And what we found is that in Alberta legislation, the only requirement is for $1 million of liability insurance for taxis with fewer than 11 seats. And a lot of personal insurance coverage is $2 million policy. So our thought process was that if you have 4 to 7 passengers, maybe $1 million in coverage isn't necessarily sufficient. And there's been, I think, one other municipality that required minimum $5 million in liability insurance. And in the following 2 slides, I have the short-term recommendations and the long-term recommendations, and I just wanted to highlight that a number of them would require an amendment to the bylaw, potentially. So I think it's important for administration and bylaw services to come up with a coordinated approach about how to achieve some of these changes and make sure there isn't a continual influx of changes, and that it's done in a sustainable way, so there's some continuity in the bylaw and people know what to expect and what changes are being made. So now I just wanted to briefly highlight some of the main issues that we heard about through the online survey and meeting with some of the stakeholder groups. Based on the online survey, I believe there were about 120 participants. Professionalism was the most frequently cited concern in the comments. This includes things like smoking in the taxi cab, not being courteous to customers. So there's a lot of opportunity for improvement there. Our belief is that implementing a feedback line, a customer complaint line, will provide a mechanism to monitor whether professionalism is actually improving. And additionally, based on the type of complaints that are received or the type of feedback, this could direct education and determining what type of messaging is appropriate for the industry. The second key issue that was identified is that the taxi industry is divided in a sense, and they don't have a unified industry voice or a position. And what the real impact is, it makes it challenging for stakeholders such as Canmore Business and Tourism to engage the taxi industry, to consult with 10 brokers who might have very different viewpoints. This also makes it difficult for them to work together to achieve some of the change. So our belief is that bringing them together in a taxi advisory committee where they have the capacity to provide recommendations to council and bylaw services would improve that and make it easier for stakeholders to engage the taxi industry, to bring their issues forward, and for those topics to be discussed with all the impacted organizations. The third issue is a lack of consistency and high variability in the service depending on which company you engage and which driver shows up. So based on the online survey, there was about a 75% of people said that the level of service varies very significantly depending on who shows up at your door. So with the implementation of driver training, we believe this would elevate and make the standards more consistent in terms of what's expected for customer service, safety, and professionalism. One of the other issues identified was that there are very low barriers to entry, and this creates some sustainability challenges in the industry. For example, it would be easy for another player to move into the industry, and in the past they have engaged in some unsustainable practices, such as offering lower rates to certain customers to grow their clientele, and some of these low barriers to industry create some of the challenges from a consistent service point of view. The fifth issue there is the alleged use of alcohol by some drivers threatens safety and professionalism and impedes the reputation of the industry. The only comment I'll make is that we received a fair bit of comments about this type of behavior through the online survey, and the only reason why we found it fairly alarming was that it was an unprompted question. You know, what are your thoughts about the taxi industry? How do you think the industry can improve? So I think that's a very important issue to address. Number 6, no centralized dispatch for point of contact for customers. And as I mentioned earlier, it makes it difficult for customers to interface with the taxi industry. It also makes it difficult for each business to have a current list of all the brokers. So I think having a centralized dispatch number would make it easier for customers and businesses to engage the taxi industry. Number 7 is that the vehicle condition does not meet some of the stakeholders' expectations, and I think this was the third most frequently heard issue about vehicle condition and the state of the vehicles in doing the online survey. Number 8, as I mentioned, there are some enforcement challenges in terms of working evenings, nights, and weekends. Number 9, there's a need for more consistent regulations and enforcement of other vehicles for hire. And this speaks to the sustainability of the industry and making sure everybody in that vehicle for hire industry is subject to the same level of regulation. And the final issue is that there's currently some inconsistency in pricing practices, and this was cited by a number of the tourism stakeholders and in the online survey. So sometimes it's really difficult to expect how much to pay for a taxi when it can vary anywhere between $7 and $20 or even more. So our belief is that through something like a feedback line, you still allow the mechanism for drivers to regulate prices based on supply and demand within a reasonable limit, but anything that exceeds what's within the customer's expectations could be followed up with by bylaw services if it's in fact an inappropriate. So in terms of the stakeholders we talked to, we had a session here with the taxi brokers and drivers. We had some interviews with peace officers and worked closely with bylaw services throughout the review. We conducted an online survey for about 3 weeks that was advertised on the homepage for the town of Canmore. We met with several staff members for Canmore Business and Tourism. We spoke with representatives from Canmore Hotel and Lodging Association, Canmore Downtown Business Association. We spoke with the RCMP Canmore Detachment, as well as the Town of Canmore Engineering Services. And they're responsible for implementing the new local transit service, and part of the scope of the review was to determine what the potential impact was. So that's why we engaged engineering services. I just wanted to briefly show the results after we did some qualitative analysis based on what we heard from the general public. So as I mentioned, professionalism is the single most significant issue that's top of mind. Poor vehicle condition ranks third. And actually in the following slide, if we actually combine some of the topics into the safety, the professionalism, and service, even though professionalism was the most frequent concern, a lot of the issues pertain to safety in terms of driver conduct, the condition of the taxis, and some of the practices that drivers engage in. We also asked participants in the survey to provide their 2 highest priority improvement ideas. The number 1 most frequently brought up idea was to improve the condition of taxis. The second being better professionalism and driver conduct, and the third being for there to be consistent pricing and lower pricing between certain endpoints. Based on our 2 sessions with the taxi brokers and drivers, we heard a number of different issues, but I've included here only the 4 most pertinent ones that probably have the most consensus within the industry. We heard a number of different issues that 1 or 2 brokers felt was very significant, but we felt this was most important. The first one being the inconsistent regulations for other vehicles for hire, the immediate need for taxi stands and loading zones, for bylaw services to exercise discretion when issuing fines, and for vehicle inspection and reporting processes to be improved. In terms of the feedback from the tourism and hospitality sector, the key points were there's an opportunity for the taxi industry to be stronger ambassadors for the community and to be better representatives for the town. It's difficult to engage and consult with the taxi industry, for example, in planning a big festival, and you're trying to determine how many companies will provide what type of service and where they're going to queue. Number 3, there's a lack of supply during peak times. This is something that we heard, but again, having so many different phone numbers to call might make it seem as though there's a lack of service, but maybe it's a matter of finding the broker that has idle drivers that are available. Number 4, there's a high variability in customer experience. No taxi loading zones is also a significant challenge for the tourism sector, and as well as professionalism, again, was highlighted as an opportunity for improvement. In forming the recommendations, I wanted to bring 3 considerations to your attention. This is specific regulations that we heard about either from the taxi industry or from the public. And after reviewing the underlying issues, our recommendation was not to proceed with either of these regulatory approaches, and I'll briefly speak to the rationale for why. The first one is that standardized pricing should be implemented with mandatory use of taxi meters. In kind of drilling down a bit deeper into the issue, the underlying problems were that some visitors or tourists are being charged significantly higher rates. This would mitigate the practice of inflating prices during very busy times. It would also reduce the unsustainable behavior of some brokers undercutting prices for some rates. Our rationale for not recommending this is that in asking the public about their satisfaction with the service with the taxi industry, pricing was actually the area they were most happy with. Customers generally enjoyed the flat rates. They felt they were generally reasonable. And this is an issue that generally divides the taxi industry and the general public about whether or not this would be actually good for the industry. In terms of what's happening in other jurisdictions, there's a general movement towards deregulation. And similarly, by not regulating this, you're still allowing brokers the opportunity to adjust the prices based on supply and demand. I think it would be a big challenge for administration to constantly revise the rates and adjust them to an index, and how often would those rates be reduced, and how would the competition be impacted, and the number of players. So we felt unregulated was proper, and then combined with something like a feedback line to address those anomalies should be a sufficient approach.
Councillor Krausert?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to ask a quick clarification. So you're not recommending this at this time,
Correct.
but that's not to say that through a taxi advisory group, or if a problem persisted, that it shouldn't be reviewed at a future time, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And just to clarify, the statement there that the fare structure and cost received the highest satisfaction score, but by my calculation, it's still 57% found it to be either a big issue or at least needing some improvement. So I mean, it's still,
Certainly.
you know, versus 60 and 65% for the other ones, but it's still an area where there's
Right.
possible improvement.
Right.
Okay.
So that's a good point. Just based on our discussion with the taxi brokers and the drivers, there was a topic that was fairly divided, and I think a lot of the brokers appreciated the ability and the flexibility to adjust the prices. One of the comments that was received was that if you were to implement taxi meters, customers would actually end up paying a higher rate, and that would decrease the demand for taxi services. So again, we felt this was a very contentious issue, and there were other ways to address it. And going back to your point, Councillor Krausert, a lot of the short-term recommendations are non-regulatory in that we're looking for some way of voluntary improvement, and if the expected results aren't achieved within a reasonable time period, certainly more regulatory approaches would be appropriate. The next regulatory change that was suggested was to restrict the number of taxi companies or the number of brokers that are allowed to do business. We felt that the real underlying issue was that access to the taxi services isn't very streamlined, depending on which phone number you're calling, whether they're available, whether they're even working that night. Another challenge was that it's difficult for businesses to keep track of all the current companies and ensure that they have a full listing of all the taxi options for customers. And the third underlying issue is that actually the barriers to entry are very low compared to that of other municipalities. So we didn't think it was necessarily that there are too many companies, it's that there's some improvements to be made about how customers actually reach the dispatch function and make sure they get the closest taxi cab. And the final regulatory change that was suggested to us was to implement supply restrictions in which you would restrict the number of taxi plates or livery plates or medallions, and this would limit the number of taxi cabs within the town of Canmore. We felt that the underlying issues behind this suggestion was that the barriers to entry are very low and that new entrants might engage in unsustainable practices. And our rationale was that best practices suggest that this isn't good for the general public. In markets where there is a restricted supply, there's been a correlation with inefficiency, poor customer service, insufficient supply and availability. So it's not a change that has traditionally been favorable for the general public or visitors. And in some of our recommendations, such as the driver and broker training, adoption of vehicle standards, and more stringent insurance requirements, would also elevate the barriers to entry to prevent brokers that aren't serious about safety from entering the industry. Finally, I just wanted to present the future improvement opportunities, or a sample of them, that we felt were most relevant. The first one being subsidies or grants for procuring wheelchair-accessible vans or low-emission vehicles. The next one is more streamlined service delivery. So although it wouldn't be appropriate for the bylaw to mandate that there's a centralized dispatch, if you were to create the requirement that there was landline-based dispatch or that the dispatch function isn't performed in the taxi cab, I think a lot of companies would be willing to work together and share the costs and use centralized dispatch as more of a shared service. Another future improvement opportunity, and we expect this will be achieved through the operation of the advisory committee, would be a more unified industry, and this would make it easier for stakeholders to consult with the taxi industry on possible changes, whether it's changes to traffic patterns, planning of festivals, large events, things like that. Another significant opportunity there is to improve the branding of taxi cabs in terms of visual identification. The town of Canmore currently has quite a bit of regulations about what's required in terms of identification numbers, rooftop light, things like that. However, there are no mandatory colors for brokers in terms of one company having these two colors within the palette and so forth. So it creates a bit of a branding challenge for the existing taxi companies if you had new competitors that tried to replicate your colors. However, there wasn't a real significant need in talking to stakeholders for this to form part of the recommendations. The final point I'll add there is that we heard from some of the business and tourism stakeholders that adding bike racks or ski racks and offering expanded services such as a shuttle to a popular trail might be an opportunity for the taxi industry to expand their role within the tourism sector. Great, and now I'll have some time to answer your questions.
Well, thanks very much for a comprehensive overview of the summary. I have a few questions. I'm sure others do as well. In the short-term recommended actions, sort of further question to my earlier one around the advisory committee and how it's struck. So you'd suggested it wouldn't be appointed by council, it would be, how would it be created? Mr. Burton may have a better answer or have an answer.
Yeah, no, that's one option. Similar to our, one correlation would be our TRIG group, our Traffic Review Improvement Group. That's an internal group, but also consists of an RCMP officer. Through Mr. Slavov, he had indicated that there were external agencies, Canmore Business and Tourism, Hotel Motel Lodging Association, the RCMP, that would be interested in participating in that. So that would be my recommendation, is create a taxi review improvement group. Now we're going to have two trigs, so that may be a problem. But another group that we can report back through to council on improvements, recommendations, suggestions.
So then, in thinking about, it notes that the committee would have a mandate to implement recommendations. How is a mandate given if it's not the council committee?
I think administration could include that as a mandate or a focus per se for that group to, I don't know if it's to implement the recommendations or rather to focus on improving services, the taxi service in the town of Canmore.
Ms. DeSoto, do you have something more on that?
Yes, I just wanted to expand on Mr. Burt's point. And an analogy I'd like to draw, although it's just forming and getting going, is the event review committee, which isn't a council committee. There was an event review report completed with a number of recommendations, and that committee was tasked with collaborating to come up with the best process for reviewing and approving events. Similarly, I think the idea of the collaborative nature of this recommended approach is to work through voluntary acceptance of some of the report's recommendations, and how exactly they would be implemented and the timing would be something that would be discussed by the committee, but ultimately would need to be implemented by the taxi industry themselves voluntarily and then monitored through our bylaw department. And if not successful, I heard that then a regulatory approach would have to come back to council for approval. So it's more of a voluntary collaborative approach at this point in time, at least for the short-term recommendations.
Okay. Councillor Krausert?
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, sir, for that presentation and the report. I really quite enjoyed reading it. I found it very informative and excellent methodology. My first question is of clarification, and it goes to, I think, something that Ms. DeSoto was just referring to, and that's about, with regards to the regulations, just to confirm, on one of your slides there, it indicated, I think, so about half of the recommendations are things that would actually have to be in a bylaw. I mean, hopefully you would get there through, voluntary collaborative approach, but the end result is it would have to be in the bylaw, whether that's a mandatory acceptance of debit cards or require explicit customer permission and vehicle inspections, insurance. All of those things would have to be in a bylaw, correct?
Yes, certainly, even if the existing players decided to voluntarily accept some of these recommendations and make the changes, there'd be no enforcement mechanism for new companies to come in and violate some of the practices there might be an informal agreement for.
Right.
So for the most part, identified whether a bylaw amendment would be required, but in terms of timing about when that amendment would be made, I think that would be up to administration to decide the best approach for making some of those changes.
Great. So my second question then is directed more towards administration. And, I recognize that there's potential budgetary implications with regards to some of the recommendations, but is administration supportive and committed towards implementing these recommendations subject to, necessary budgetary approvals? And might we see some revisions to the taxi bylaw coming in 2017?
So I'd foresee revisions coming forward in 2017. I think a lot of it depends how the group would work and what the voluntary uptake is. So if we sit with a working group and we think about the mandatory debit credit machines, and we have 100% acceptance, there wouldn't be as much of a need to drive the bylaw amendment right away. We would want to set that expectation moving forward. So I think about developing the advisory group, developing a joint enforcement strategy or approach. We've already had a meeting, Mr. Orr and Sergeant Curry had a meeting earlier this week to talk about how to improve the enforcement approach, adjusting the bylaw services schedule to do a bit of more enforcement. So there's kind of the enforcement piece and then the collaborative approach with the working group to see if recommendations are coming forward and they're willingly going to accept and adopt those, that may dictate or determine what drives the need for a bylaw change and the immediacy of it.
So I'm hearing a willingness to walk down this road and explore implementation of these recommendations.
Yes.
If I could ask one more question.
I just have a sort of follow-up question to that.
Okay.
So recognizing that at least two of the short-term recommendations have potentially significant implications of the bylaw capacity, requiring arguably budget change, it would be next year before any of those could be envisioned? You're not thinking of in the next 6 months?
Yes, and that's why I'd suggested that the short-term recommendations were the group and a joint enforcement strategy or approach is something that we could handle within 2016, but as we develop the 17 and 18 operating budgets, myself and Mr. Orr will be discussing as to what potential budget impacts there are.
Okay, thanks.
So my last, thank you, Your Worship. So my last question, Mr. Burt, is with regards to the last short-term recommendation for this year, and it kind of is even broader than this issue, has it been looked at for bylaw services to go to a more staggered schedule or even a complete shift away from strictly business hours to more the norm being like a noon to 9 type thing, or you know, something that would capture a different time frame than just the business hours?
You know, we've discussed it, we've looked at it for years. We find that the bulk of our calls for service traditionally do come in between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. So there may be, if we're gonna focus solely just on taxi enforcement, there could be some budget impacts on looking at, say, term positions or seasonal positions or contract positions for that. I think it's also, again, if we're focused on taxi enforcement, it's the joint enforcement strategy with the RCMP. So the RCMP, bringing them along with more so than just the criminal code or the Traffic Safety Act enforcement, and doing education with their officers on what to look for from a taxi bylaw infraction perspective. We simply, I don't feel we have the resources to extend our hours greater than we already have. So if we were looking at that, that'd be looking at new staffing.
Yeah, and I was just wondering about not necessarily extending hours, but moving the hours. And I mean, I wonder if it's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing that most of the calls come during business hours because that's when you're open. And rather than leave a message, I'll call in the morning, you know, that sort of thing. So anyway, I just put it out there as a question, but I really appreciate this work being done. Thank you.
Did you have something? No. Councillor Russell?
Thank you, Worship. A question through to Mr. Burt. Would we require our staff peace officer appointments to be altered to deal with the taxi enforcement? I'm thinking in terms of if we're dealing with a taxi issue, are they pulling vehicles over, and once we start that, are we not going down a heavier road?
No, we still have the ability to conduct taxi bylaw enforcement or bylaw infractions with the ability to pull over or stop vehicles if needed. However, it does elevate the risk factor for us, so we would be looking at staffing with 2 staff or a joint approach with the RCMP if we were going to take that approach. There are other abilities or ways to deal with it that could be conducting inspections once the vehicle has stopped at key locations, whether it's Safeways, Sobeys, etc. That's what we have done in the past. But if we were to begin stopping vehicles, like I said, we do have the authority to deal with it. We do have the ability to deal with it. There's a training course that's required that the bulk of our officers have.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Comfort?
Yes, thanks for that presentation, very thorough. I just have a question. Under the key issues, the 2 first ones you cite are a lack of consensus and willingness for the brokers to work together, and then difficult for stakeholders to consult with and work with the industry. Given those are the 2 leading issues, do you anticipate there'd be, and this is to Mr. Burt as well, there'd be an issue in forming an advisory committee? And also, would you then want to impose a pretty tight timeline in getting that rolling? Because it seems like it could be fraught.
I will answer the second question that I would agree that a tight timeline would be prudent. And I'm actually going to kick it back to Mr. Slavoff, who did the recent work with the brokers, as I wasn't involved with that and I haven't been involved with the industry in some time, to see what the feedback was from the brokers and if there was an appetite to form a group and as to how those relationships were in those meetings.
Right. So one of the reasons why we didn't recommend it to be a formal committee of council with appointments is that that would make participation mandatory, and we think the most productive way for the committee to function would be on a voluntary basis, where the brokers that are passionate about making these changes or are willing to invest the time to improve how the public looks at the industry and how the industry provides service, we thought that would be the most effective way. So I certainly don't anticipate unanimous participation in a committee like this. In doing the consultation with the brokers and the drivers, I think we had about 60 or 70% participation. So even for something as critical as an industry review that impacts them directly, even that didn't achieve unanimous participation. So I anticipate maybe a quarter to half might have an appetite to participate, and it might improve over time as some of the changes are being implemented, and if they view it as an effective use of time that's able to produce results and recommend changes with the right players at the table, I think it would be effective.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Russell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Question, Mr. Slavoff, you spoke about in the vehicle inspection process, you spoke about opportunities to improve the process, but you chose not to mention. Can you give us an idea how you would see improving the process, or was this just something you were going to hand over to Bylaw to work with?
Right, thank you for your question. The reason why we recommended it's something to be looked at is that we heard both from Bylaw services and the taxi brokers that this is a process that could be a bit more efficient. The concerns on both sides were a bit different, and that's why we didn't want to prescribe.
So you're not really offering, you're not offering any suggestions with that one at all?
We've provided some alternatives in terms of how to, some of the options for how the consistency can be improved within the inspection process, but the report certainly didn't recommend where the inspection should be done, how they should be done. We've just noted a few redundancies.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions from members of council. So thanks very much for your presentation,
Thank you all.
Mr. Burt. Recognizing that this is just being looked for approval for planning purposes, and any decisions would have to come back for council input through bylaw or budget changes. I'm comfortable in moving that council accept the taxi industry review for planning purposes. And speaking to that motion, I'll support the motion. Whenever we approve a document for planning purposes, there's always some degree of trepidation, I think council feels, which is the case here for me. But I recognize that there'd be a number of decisions of council to move forward with some of these recommendations. So on that basis, I'm prepared to support the motion. Councillor Krausert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will definitely support the motion. As I indicated, I found this report to be quite well done, and I appreciated the information in it. I did want to take this opportunity to thank council for having supported this motion, and to thank administration for their work in carrying it out, even though it wasn't originally on the radar. But when I brought it as a notice of motion, I felt that there was a real concern, and I think that the report validates that. So I just appreciate the support that council and administration gave to that. Thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to propose a minor amendment to this, please. And Madam Clerk, I didn't bother to write it down. I'd simply like to move that we accept this for information. Even accepting it for planning purposes, there's so many things in this that have us intruding into people's way they conduct business. I'm not sure it's all our responsibility. Some of it we can pull in if we've got the information anyway, but we start hanging a label on this that we're going to be planning based on this report. I struggle. We're heading down the road of whether it's a Calgary Taxi Commission or a monopoly taxi service. I'm uncomfortable with that. I'd be happier seeing it accepted just as information.
So that's a different motion to accepting it for, okay. So I won't support that amendment. For information, accepting for information is essentially the council motion when there isn't any further action intended. So it's just accepting it for information and goes up on the shelf. Accepting for planning purposes then gives administration direction to start planning actions that come out of the review, recognizing that most of those actions wouldn't occur without further council approval. But to simply accept it for information is not very directive, so I wouldn't support that. Councillor Seeley, are you speaking to the amendment?
Sure. Yeah, I won't be able to support the amendment either. It's a good report, and I think we need a working document, and there's some improvements that we can make. And I like the collaborative approach, so I can't support Councillor Russell's amendment.
Councillor McCallum, you speaking to the amendment?
Yes, I am. Will it be unable to support that amendment? If you've had a chance to thoroughly read the review, you would realize that none of the recommendations look anything like a taxi commission in the traditional sense. And I do agree with my colleague that there's a lot of collaboration that can occur with the recommendations that I believe much of the taxi industry would welcome. So I'll be looking forward to supporting the original motion.
Councillor Krausert?
Yeah, I won't be able to support it either for the reasons stated.
Councillor Sanford to the amendment?
I won't be able to support it. I think this document has highlighted some deficiencies that require some action, so I would prefer to not support the information.
Councillor Comfort?
I also won't be able to support the amendment. We've heard a lot from the public about the desire for improvement and change, as well as from the taxi industry itself, and action is long overdue. It's going to be a long time in coming if we go down the collaborative road, which I also think is the best way to go.
So, calling the question, those in... Councillor Russell?
Thank you. Appreciate everyone's thoughts and appreciate that you took a chance to consider mine. Just for the record, I did read it and I still see it going down the road of a Calgary-style commission. I think we're treading into people's business affairs and putting a big pressure back on our budget. So, that's it.
So on the amending motion, calling the question, those in favor? Opposed? Motion's defeated with Councillor Russell in support. Back then to the original motion that council accept the taxi industry review for planning purposes. Is further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried with Councillor Russell in opposition. Moving on now then to item F1, the Offsite Levy Bylaw 2016-14. Mr. Rao. Mr. Bird, are you happy for what you've done here? My advice is don't go biking with Mr. Burt.
Too late for that. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. I'm here to speak to you this evening about the 2016 Offsite, and specifically requesting that council give first, second, and third reading to the Offsite Levy Bylaw 2016-14.
Could you just speak a little closer into the mic? Thanks.
A bit of background. Administration began review and update of the offsite levy model in early 2016. This is around March. Coincidentally, that'll be the time of year moving forward in subsequent updates that we'll be providing the updates to council for the offsite bylaw. This is the first update to the offsite levy bylaw since 2014. We had no update in 2015, as you know. And going forward, the model will be updated annually. We're currently in the process of developing a process for future updates, identifying timelines. As I mentioned, we're hoping to have the updates to you in and around March on an annual basis, and identifying the responsible staff positions for making those updates. So I've got three basic components that are required to update the offsite levy bylaw. I'll go into a bit more detail on these, but first off is updating the offsite levy model itself, which is a big spreadsheet that was developed in conjunction with a consultant in 2014. We were still using that same model. We've just updated it with current numbers this year. The second component is reviewing updates to the offsite levy model within the town of Canmore, with BODA and with the municipal district of Bighorn. And then finally updating the bylaw itself. So a bit more detail on updating the offsite levy model as far as this year is concerned. We incorporated updated engineering and public works project costs based on actual project costs and current capital budgets. We've also, planning and development, updated the dwelling units, and we review the updates to the offsite levy model with the model's developer. So we consulted with Rod DeLeo, who helped develop the model in 2014, to make sure that in this year's process, since he had no hand in updating the model, that we were not making any mistakes, not harming the model in any way, and that the numbers were defensible. And in the course of that review, the consultant identified that we should make a slight revision to the finance factor, which is a variable within the model. And it did impact the rate slightly, but in the long term, it's going to help improve the accuracy of the model, and in the short term. You can see here, these are the updates to, if you look at the final three, the rightmost three columns, those are the percent changes for this year's unit rates. And you can see they're kind of in and around 0 to 2% for the most part, with a couple of outliers. And as indicated in BODA's letter of support, these are very much in line with the construction inflation rates. So we feel that they're representative of current trends. Second component was reviewing the updates to the offsite levy model with the town of Canmore, BODA, and MD. So we had numerous discussions within the administration and with BODA, and we went back and forth a few times with a few different iterations, finally settling on this model and receiving the letter of support from BODA. The model has been provided to the MD of Bighorn. They've not yet completed their review, but they're aware that we were going to be requesting readings tonight. And the final component of the update was updating the bylaw itself. So what that included was, as you've all seen, was updating the rate table, which I showed previously. In terms of the wording of the bylaw, we've added a method for calculating the offsite levies, which is applicable to mixed-use buildings, which is in section 7.3. We've also added a method for calculating the number of residential dwellings eligible for offsite levies on redeveloped residential lots. And then finally, we've clarified that in most cases, secondary or garden suites are not considered new units. That's it.
That's it?
Thank you. Thank you. If you have any questions,
Great.
I'd be happy to answer.
I don't have any substantive questions. Just for clarity, in the zone chart in the report, the TP Town overlay district went down, but for development in the TP Town overlay district, the offsite levy that would be charged would be a combination of the overlay district and the Central 2 district?
That's
As opposed
correct.
to simply,
That's correct.
so in TP Town, the total cost for a dwelling unit is 17,000 some odd
The combined total.
combined.
Yeah.
And if I recall, that's largely because of the age of the infrastructure there and the anticipated costs of redeveloping in that older neighborhood?
I'd have to defer to Mr. Fish to perhaps respond.
Yes.
Thank you. Short and sweet. Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Rao. So how long ago did we provide the MD of Bighorn with the levy for them to review?
It was approximately 2 weeks ago.
Okay, perfect. And then you mentioned the update on dwelling units. How were our numbers?
In terms of,
Like, based on Mr. DeLeo's numbers within his update of the levy in 2014 and what our numbers are now in terms of the number of dwelling units. You stated in your presentation that you wanted to double check how the number of dwelling units were anticipated within the model itself.
Okay.
And what were our numbers good?
yeah, no, he verified that everything was appropriate.
Was square?
The
Okay.
only revision was to the finance factor.
Perfect. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Are there other questions at this time from members of council? Seeing none, thanks very much for your report and the work involved in preparing this. I know it's a lot of work every year, and a lot of work for our partners in the development industry as well. So thanks to everybody.
Thank you.
With that, I'll move the council give first reading to Offsite Levy Bylaw 2016-14. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I'll then move the council give second reading to Offsite Levy Bylaw 2016-14. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I'll seek leave from council to give the bylaw third reading. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I'll then move the council give third reading to Offsite Levy Bylaw 2016-14. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on then to item F2, Animal Control Bylaw Amendment 2016-08. The Educational Chicken Bylaw.
All right. Educational chicken bylaws, the recommendation is that council give first, second, and third reading to bylaw 2016-08. As a summary, Canadian Rockies Public Schools and staff from the Alpenglow and the Canmore Collegiate High School approached the town back in the early part of this year to submit a request to amend the animal control bylaw to raise chickens on site at CCHS, Canmore Collegiate High School, for educational purposes for a 6-month pilot project beginning for the fall of this year. We had a couple of meetings. Following the meeting, staff met with various agencies to address potential issues associated with animal attractants, odor, noise, disease transmission, and food safety. We were satisfied with the follow-up, and staff from CCHS were before you in May. I'm not gonna spend as much time, but just as a refresher, this was the PowerPoint that was presented to you. So why chickens, tying into the elementary curriculum, the grade 3 to 6 program, high school curriculum, additional credits they're looking at. We adjusted the proposal to look at 12-month pilot project. It didn't seem to make sense to do 6 months. Why not run it for a year? 12 lane hens, fully enclosed wildlife secure enclosure within the Canmore Collegiate Atrium. There's some photos coming. Students under teacher supervision will be the primary caretakers. So if you're not familiar, this is the upstairs or kind of second floor looking down into the atrium. So where you see the trees sticking out. There's a shot of looking down into the atrium. There's a shot from down below. I always kind of wondered why that atrium was there. And then community consultation. So Alberta Health Services, Alberta Environment Parks, myself, Municipal Services, and WildSmart. And the risk mitigation was animal attractants, disease transmission, odor, pest, noise, food safety. So again, just as a quick refresher as to what was presented back in May, because I know you have a ton on your plate, so I wanted to throw that back up there. So to permit this, we need to amend our existing animal control bylaw, 10-2011, as it prohibits people from keeping chickens in town. So I will throw up the bylaw amendments. We need the Japanese music here. I'm just going to focus on section 3, what is contained in your package. So we took an approach of deleting in section 2, which is our definition section, so deleting chicken, rooster, or any other poultry, and then adding in section 26 that chickens are permitted only at Canmore Collegiate High School. So very important that this is not a backyard urban chicken proposal. This is for Canmore Collegiate High School for educational purposes. Then adding section 26.2 to the bylaw, the maximum number of chickens permitted at Canmore Collegiate High School is 12. And then section 26.3 is Canadian Rockies public school staff must comply with the Alberta Animal Health Act, which really speaks, if you want to put yourself to sleep, have a read through that one. It's really about reportable diseases and quarantine and inspections, etc. And any other applicable standards adopted by the province of Alberta. If something else comes out, makes sense to leave that in. And then section 26.4, Canadian Rockies public school staff must comply with regulations as set out by the town of Canmore. So we drafted a set of regulations. So the purpose pretty much makes sense, don't need to read through that. Essentially, 2.1, staff must monitor the site for wildlife activity. If there is any wildlife activity, we feel the risk is very low. A, contact Canmore Fish and Wildlife Office. B, contact myself. If they become an attractant, then staff must meet with the town to determine if the situation can be resolved with any additional measures or if the chickens need to be removed. So if it happens, here's your call. Then you need to meet with me and we need to determine whether we're going to continue on with it or not. CRPS staff must meet with me on an annual basis to provide an update on the program. I can provide you with an update on the program. And we thought it would be best, as opposed to writing in as a pilot and write it into the bylaw. That's not the best practice to be putting in timelines prescripted into the bylaw. That's why we came about the approach of the regulations. A written report of the previous year would be submitted to myself by September 1st of each year, recognizing that September 1st is the first start date. It runs through the school year and then throughout the summer. And then if the staff decide to end the program, they're to notify myself immediately so that I'm aware of that. and council may revoke permission to allow the keeping of chickens at their discretion. So fairly easy, straightforward regulations. So again, just highlighting that the chickens are for educational purposes. It does not allow residents anywhere else in town to have chickens on their property. It's a wildlife attractant. We've been working for years in reducing wildlife attractants in town, so we don't want to enhance or increase that. I really think that it's an interesting proposal. Staff have spent a lot of time reaching out to the appropriate agencies to reduce the risk to as low as possible. Letters of support were received from various agencies. Generally, without going through the letters, it said, although you cannot completely eliminate the risk of a wildlife attractant, this area works. What CCHS is proposing works. Just the location works for an animal to get down 2.5 stories or 2 stories in. The risk is very low. There's no permits required under the land use bylaw for keeping of chickens for educational purposes. That's essentially it. I have Mr. Chris Rogers in the audience right behind me to answer any specific questions from the school perspective, and I can answer any questions from a bylaw perspective.
Thank you. I have one question for clarification. So, raising chickens only for educational purposes, so no eating.
Why no eating?
Pardon me?
Why no eating?
Well, I guess that's a question. By educational purposes, it prohibits the eating of the eggs or the birds?
No, the intent wasn't to raise the birds to eat them. However, there is a component behind the eggs, tying it back into, correct me if I'm wrong here, the food studies program,
Yeah.
and also from, what's the term, not an accountability, from a business perspective as well, correct? So the educational purpose is based on the fact that it is for the students in the different grades that are working together on it.
So part of the educational...
The eggs actually won't end up in the foods program per se, because we can't, under the regulations, have those eggs in anything that's for sale. So those eggs will be given to directly to subscribers, and any funds we get from that, then we'll use that money to go back to the foods program. So we can't directly put the eggs into the foods program.
So that's part of the educational purpose, the selling of the eggs?
Yes, in terms of the business model.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Comfort?
Yes, thanks for your presentation on the educational chicken bylaw. I just wondered, given that the school is in recess from the end of June to the beginning of September, how will the chickens be cared for at that point?
We are working with Farmbox, and Farmbox will take care of those for us. We work with them now in partnership with our rooftop garden, and that works out quite well.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Krauser?
Your Worship, thank you, Mr. Burt and Mr. Rogers, for coming today. Mr. Burt, there's a bylaw question. I recognize it says that it can only be used for, the chickens can only be for the high school, but shouldn't they still be listed as a prohibited animal?
No,
How come?
because I looked to my counterpart, who's a master bylaw drafter, Ms. Hyde, and she told me to put that in. There's kind of 2 ways of writing bylaws, right? You can prohibit things or you can permit things. So we've taken a little bit of a different approach of saying that they are permitted only at Canmore Collegiate High School. So if someone were to keep them somewhere else, we would still have the enforcement capacity to follow up on it.
And similarly, are turkeys then considered wildlife or feral animals?
Do we have a turkey
I don't know.
problem?
It's just that, no, I'm just wondering, it's no longer a prohibited animal, so.
That's a very good question. I'd have to give that a little bit more thought and get back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Good. Councillor Russell?
Thank you. I guess through to Mr. Rogers, you're telling us if Farm Box will be caring for the chickens weekends, holidays, and summer vacations?
Just on summer.
Just on summer, the weekends and other holidays, it will be staff?
Yeah, we have staff. We have staff now that work cooperatively with other projects that students have ongoing in our greenhouse and with our rooftop, that they take care of that.
Thank you. And just to follow that, I'm presuming that you'll be building some sort of structures inside the atrium for providing shelter and shelter heat cooling?
Yes, there will be a chicken coop that will be heated, and it's in the shade, so it will be shaded in the summertime.
Thank you.
Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is exciting. Limited to 12 chickens. I'm a big fan of putting one's face to their protein. What happens when chickens do what chickens do and an egg hatches and now you have 13 chickens? Where is the extra chicken going? Or 15 chickens?
We've worked with we're working with a chicken farmer in Cochrane, and he's going to help us with any excess chickens, or if we need to remove any chickens earlier for whatever purposes.
Cool. Thank you very much.
So similar line of question, and it's not that material, but so what happens to the chickens when they get old? Do you have a disposal method in mind?
Yes, that's part of learning about the life cycle and where food comes from, and we will dispose of the chickens as per regulations that we have by Alberta Health Services. We will work with the chicken farmer as to how best to go about doing that.
So would the Wild Raptor Recovery Center be one option, or that sort of a use?
Pardon?
Using them for the Raptor Recovery Center down south there?
I'm not sure about that. That's something we would have to look further into.
Okay. Thanks. Mr. Burt, you're prepared for the onslaught of requests from residents to raise chickens?
I think it's pretty straightforward in the report in the bylaw.
Yeah, it is very straightforward.
Yeah.
My question stands. Are you prepared?
I am up for it. You bet.
Okay. Are there other questions at this time from members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much, both of you. Then I'll move that council give first reading to Bylaw 2016-08. Is there discussion on the motion? Councillor Krausert?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't want to spend a lot of time, but I think if we're changing the bylaw, we should not open up an area that make a gap. So I think that I'd like to propose an amendment that the portion or any other poultry be unstricken from 3.1A.
Thinking of turkeys, are you?
I'm thinking of turkeys. Well, I quickly looked up the definition of poultry, and it said domestic fowl such as chicken, ducks, geese, and turkeys. So.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so the amendments on the table to remove any other poultry from the bylaw. Is there discussion to the amendment? Councillor Sanford on the amendment?
If you delete chickens and roosters, but leave in any other poultry, that would still encompass chickens and roosters.
Right.
So.
And that's not a problem because they're specifically permitted. I actually, what I wanted to put in was to add chicken back in, except as specifically allowed herein.
So that would, because it's specifically allowed in Section 3 and Section 26, that wouldn't cause confusion?
I don't think so.
Okay, as long as we don't have, disagreement on what is being allowed and what isn't being allowed, or disagreement within the bylaw itself. But Mr. Burt is looking at that.
I don't know. Partridges, I don't know. Quail, they're wild, but yeah. Yeah, domestic quail. Ostriches. Emu. Sorry.
If I may. If we're, sorry,
Mr. Burt?
may I? If I may, if we're concerned about turkeys, we could add an amendment of section 2V sub I as amended by deleting the word shown in strikeout and add the underlined, and the other underlined could be comma, goose, duck, comma, goose, or turkey.
Sure.
Does that work? Ms.
So then, thank you. What's your amending motion then?
As Mr. Burt stated, like I said, I don't want to rate, this is a small thing, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I've got rabbits. The last thing I need to deal with is a bunch of turkeys running around.
Okay.
so-
Yeah.
Ms. Hyde, you got the amendment? Okay, then, speaking to that
Give me one.
amendment,
Thanks.
speaking to the amendment then? Okay. Those in favor? To the amendment. We're voting on the amendment now. In favor? Opposed? Motion's carried on the amending motion. Back then to the main motion to give first reading to the bylaw as amended. Is there discussion on that? Councillor Russell?
Thank you, Your Worship. As all of you have read, I circulated an information package, and Mr. Rogers got a copy of it that I picked up at the recent FCM conference provided by the Manitoba Egg Producers Association. I might not have that quite right. It was pretty comprehensive, and I had the luxury that everyone else didn't of having a good conversation with a fellow who lives in the egg producing business, and they claimed anecdotal, I guess it's anecdotally there, they claim such a high rate of failure that it just, in these types of things, it just worries me that we get a whole bunch of chickens at the end of the year, we're walking them down the Humane Society, or we're walking them down to Farmer Joe to get knocked off, and it's a real daunting task. This looks, when I read the document they provided, that's a big undertaking, and without being disrespectful to the school staff, I'm just not sure based on what they advised me and how I read their material, it's a tough job, and I'm not sure I want to be a part of supporting that, so I'm not prepared to support the bylaw or amendment.
Just to your point then, you noted that they would end up at the end of the year with a bunch of chickens, but I heard that the chickens would be looked after through the summer months. So I'm a little confused about what exactly you're identifying as an issue. Councillor Stanford, are you speaking to the motion, or is that from earlier? Councillor Krausert?
Your Worship. To Councillor Russell's point, first of all, I'd like to express my appreciation for having forwarded that information that you received at the, it was FCM. I found it very informative, and it did give me pause for thought, for sure. And I agree, it looks to be quite an undertaking, and there's a lot of care to make sure that there's not an attractant, and that there's not introduction of disease from wild birds and that sort of thing. Plus the taking care of the grounds, it looks like there has to be some downtime in order to properly take care of, break the bacteria chain, etc. So it looks to be quite a lot. And so I was, based on that, leaning against supporting this motion. However, the regulations, I think, at least provide the comfort to me that there's going to be a very quick response and a close monitoring. So I'd be prepared to support this, but really encourage both the program participants and administration to act very, very quickly if there's any concerns whatsoever.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, although I grew up in the city, I did have family in the country, and currently now my kids have the opportunity every summer to spend time at a farmer's farm up the street from where we spend our summer. And what they get to do is spend time with about 40 chickens, a few cows, some pigs, and they get to feed them every day. And the amount of education that comes from that is actually quite interesting from a small child's perspective. I would be happy to support this bylaw change, although it is some work that is required. Education requires work. And so I appreciate CRPS bringing this forward, and I look forward to seeing what our first report looks like on this interesting and not necessarily new in an urban setting educational stream. Thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one parting thought on this issue. The City of Calgary in the last couple of years spent a pile of money dealing with a former Canmore resident leading a charge for urban farming all the way through that. You know, we're opening the door for that sort of stuff. You know, I appreciate Mr. Burt's done a pretty good job of trying to keep this tight in the bylaw, but, you know, now if we start getting the urban farmers popping up, if we're into a big bunch of legal work that Calgary was, it just scares me.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I too read the information that Councillor Russell circulated, and it was very valuable to assess this recommendation. My major concern about the chickens in the school were the health risks, and I think that by bringing in all the people that are involved, like Alberta Health Services and Alberta Environment and Parks and WildSmart, I think Mr. Burt has covered a lot of the bases of concern that I read in the report, and I too would think that it would be an interesting project to do in the schools, and I think the schools are very concerned about making sure that those bases are covered as well. So I think in terms of mitigating, I think they have the highest oversight on this, and they've got a good group of people to rely on. So I'd be happy to support this amendment recommendation.
Councillor Comfort.
I also will support this amendment to the bylaw. As a former school board trustee for CRPS, I'm very proud of this kind of project coming forward. There's so much learning here, not just what you might call technical or formal learning. There's the business aspect, the health aspect, an appreciation of what the amount of work that it requires to have such an enterprise thrive. It's just such a great idea, and the idea too of the high school. I think the high school children are going to work with the younger children the way they do with the garden. All of that is such a positive thing, so I'm happy to support this, also because it's one of the few times that the town supports the school board, just saying.
Yeah, I'll support the motion as well. I really think there is a value to helping kids learn, particularly in our society, where it is their food comes from and how the crispy chicken ends up on their plate. Given that the birds will be tightly contained and with no access to predators, the concerns around food safety and disease transmission have been addressed. Given the educational benefit, I'll support the motion. There no further discussion on the motion. Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried with Councillor Russell opposed. Moving on then to item G2. Oh, right, 3 readings. Big pardon. I'll move the council give second reading to bylaw 2016-08. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried with Councillor Russell in opposition. I'll seek leave from council to give the bylaw third reading. Those in favor? Opposed? I'll then move that council give third reading to bylaw 2016-08. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried with Councillor Russell in opposition. Now we'll move on to item G2, Livable Canmore. Report, Mr. Robertson. Keeping close to the schedule, the time schedule, so that's pretty good. You're right. Just jinxed it.
Well, that's a hard one to follow up on. So good evening, Your Worship, members of council. I'm here tonight to present the results of the Everyone Needs a Home project that was undertaken in April and May. So tonight I'll review the engagement process, what we heard, and some possible next steps. So just to review, council's identified that in your 3-year strategic plan, increasing affordable housing stock is your #1 priority. And a key action item for 2016 was to engage the community in a dialogue regarding the tensions between the desire to increase affordable housing and the desire to preserve a neighborhood character and how the two can successfully coexist with each other. So engaging the community. So what we did, we hired the Whistler Center for Sustainability, was awarded the contract to conduct the engagement. They awarded it based on their experience dealing with similar issues in other communities. We can learn a lot from the municipality of Whistler and what they've done there. So it was a multi-phased approach, trying to address the question, how can we create affordable housing and maintain neighborhood character? So the engagement took place throughout April and May. As you can see on the slide, it was in phase 2 and phase 3. So phase 2 was trying to identify where do we need to go, and phase 3 was how might we get there, so trying to look at some solutions. So throughout the engagement, we had residents participate, and we had over 500 points of input and ideas through the engagement. So we heard a lot from people. So I'll go over the different engagements, what we heard. I'm not going to go into in depth on any of them. It's in the report that all of you have, but I'll highlight a few key points from each item. So the first that we did was an online survey. We had 334 people participate. The majority were full-time residents, so close to 95%. An interesting fact was that the age group we heard the most from actually was the 35 to 44-year-old age range, closely followed by the others, as you can see. So the survey asked a variety of questions. I thought one point worth highlighting was, so there was a statement given and participants were asked to rate their level of agreement with the statement. So the statement was, quality housing and great neighborhoods for all should include creating affordable housing while maintaining the neighborhood character the community has come to cherish. And 63% of people agreed or strongly agreed with that, and 19% disagreed or strongly disagreed. The next point of the engagement was the idea walls, and also the locked door art piece that was in Rotary Park. So first I'll speak to the engagement walls, or the idea walls, sorry. So they are up at 7 locations around town. They're in the Civic Center, Elevation Place, the Rec Center, Bow Valley Parent Link, the high school, the Roundhouse Daycare, and St. Michael's Church. They are highly successful, as you can see from the picture up there. That's the one from Elevation Place. We almost ran out of room for stickers on it, and we had to erase the comments almost on a daily basis. So it was a good success. The art piece Locked Door was in Rotary Park behind the Civic Center. And the idea behind that was that it was an interactive piece that people could walk by. It sort of symbolized what we were trying to talk about, and it was easy just for people to write down basic ideas that they had about housing. So the boards themselves, the idea walls, people were able to put sticky dots answering 4 specific questions. And I think a few highlights from it that you can see on the right-hand side of the board where most of the dots are. That's actually single-family home own. So it's interesting to see that a lot of people said their current housing type is owning a single-family home, and current housing type that's needed in the community is also majority-owned single-family home. So there's a number of in-person events as well. So I'll go through each one individually. The first one was the top left-hand picture there. We had a speaking event. So we had Tim Waite come and tell a story which was titled A Tale of Three Towns. So that was at the Good Earth Cafe. I think there was roughly 50 people there, so it was well attended. The presentation seemed well received. There was a number of good questions after. It sparked a good conversation. The second ones were the neighborhood conversations, the block party events. So the first one was held at Arts Place, and the second one was held up at Elizabeth Rummel School. So the board on the right there was one part of the interactive display. There were seven stations people could walk through, answer a variety of questions, put their thoughts up there. And then the last two events were the housing solutions workshop. So that's where we focused on specific ideas and had roundtable discussions discussing ideas around possible solutions for these. And the three topics for the housing solution workshops in May were neighborhood engagement and communications, affordable housing types on existing lots, and larger scale affordable housing. And the last part of the engagement was pizza party workbooks. So these were people could request a workbook, invite a bunch of friends over and have dinner and essentially talk about housing in Canmore. So we ended up getting 7 workbooks back, which represented 41 people. The workbooks were similar to the April events as far as the questions that they asked, a very similar set of questions. So it was an interesting way to get it out there. We did give out about 30 workbooks, so it was interesting that we only got 7 back. So we'll go into what did we hear? The first thing is that over 500 people were engaged in the campaign in total, so we heard from a lot of people. The majority of the feelings and attitudes, to summarize, were that there's an overwhelming feeling that people were supportive of the town's role in affordable housing and that the town does have a role to play in affordable housing. It was also interesting to hear that residents said they have a role to play in housing, whether that's actively renting out a suite, something like that, or in a support role, which is just engaging with neighbors, supporting town initiatives. Residents highlighted in particular that they think that we need more affordable housing options for workers, families, and young adults. And the most supported types of housing identified that the community needs were secondary and accessory suites, rental housing, and micro and tiny homes. There was a number of support listed for additional townhouses, but one of the concerns was that people were concerned that they would be either too large or built to too high level, so not affordable. And then one other point worth noting here is that there was mixed support for the CCHC ownership model, but a lot of the indications were that there was potentially more need for communication and education around CCHC's role in the community. Some of the main concerns that we heard through the process revolved around increased traffic in neighborhoods as densification happens, and the need to supply adequate parking space for new developments, loss of green space, potential noise with increased density in neighborhoods. Location was actually one that we heard a lot through the process. So that was, in order for affordable housing to succeed, consideration must be given to location. So it's access to amenities, transit, trails, so that people can maybe have less cars. It's easier for them to get around. And actually another big one that was heard was lack of storage space. I think in our community, everyone knows everyone has a lot of gear, and that's something that just needs to be considered. And also second home ownership, raising the cost of housing was a common theme throughout. So where do we go from here? Some of the next steps recommended would be incorporating the feedback into future affordable housing projects, so including thinking about location and its access to transit and trails, including storage space, thinking about storage space when planning new developments, and including that as a key thing, adequate parking on site, and location. The other point would be more targeted or involved engagement. So especially involving residents and collaborating with them, really trying to open that two-way feedback and hearing people. So when change is proposed for new neighborhoods with landlords and developers, and also education on regarding CCHC's role in housing solutions in the community. So the final report will be made available on the town's website on the Everyone Needs a Home webpage, where the community can view all of the results and the in-depth details from each engagement process. And I just think that it was a great initiative in the community. A lot of people participated, and so I think we should commend residents for taking the time to participate. And with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Just a question for clarification on page 30 of the report prepared by Center for Sustainability. Under further engagement, the last bullet is suggestion to create an affordable housing committee comprising leaders in the community who can be advocates and help with engagement. So of course, the Center for Sustainability is aware of CCHC and its role in the process. Do you think this is meant to suggest an additional committee outside of CCHC?
It wasn't meant to be, actually, and that was stricken from the report, so I'm not sure why that is in there.
Are you reading the draft report? Because it was removed from the final report.
And it's not in the staff report, but it's in the Center for Sustainability report.
Yeah, I believe the Center for Sustainability removed that from their final document that went on the website, so you might be reading from the draft agenda.
Well, when my agenda was adjusted by the municipal clerk, she forgot to replace
left it in.
that. Thank you.
Yes, so.
Because we did speak about it in
We
agenda
consulted
review.
with the Whistler Center, and, yes, they thought that was redundant.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. This was a lot of work, and it was a very engaging project, and I was pleased to be able to participate in it. I noted a lot of the idea walls around, and I noted what you outlined about the idea of a single-family home, and that people had stated that the kind of housing that they need is a single-family home. Do you think that when this was being circulated through the community, that there was an understanding between need and want? Because I guess I wonder sometimes if people understand and draw a direct line as to what makes housing expensive, which is the land.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. There was significant support for townhouses as well, which is important to note.
Yep.
But I think exactly what you're saying is a good point. There needs to be an understanding between need and want, and what affordable actually is, and how that relates to a single-family home.
So do you think that was that part of any of the discussions that you were party to at all during the process?
I think there was definitely a lot of discussions around that. In specific to the idea walls, it's challenging to know because that was just a, walk by.
But I was
engage.
just wondering within the comments if that was articulated at all.
There were some, but it wasn't a high-level theme, though. Okay. It wasn't something that was common.
Okay. I have other questions, but I'll let other people ask them. Thanks.
Councillor Crowsert.
Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Robertson, for your presentation. Just a question around the CCHC. There's a lot in the report about CCHC, or actually about maybe varied understanding about what affordable housing is and the PAH model, and you mentioned it yourself during your presentation. Is there going to be a direct briefing with CCHC and perhaps encouragement to explore different ways of educating the public on these things?
Yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
maybe closing that gap of understanding?
Absolutely. I actually spoke with Mr. Forteeth about that yesterday. Right. So conversations are starting already, and it's definitely they're aware of it for sure.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor McCallum, did you have? So I attended most all of the public sessions, all but one of the World Cafes, and I was really happy to see the good representation from a broad cross-section of the community, particularly the younger demographics that we've been trying to encourage to be more involved in these discussions. But I was disappointed that to hear that in the one World Cafe that I missed, that there was one woman that was there who felt bullied and I'm told was reduced to tears. And I'm wondering if you've talked about that with the Center for Sustainability in terms of how we could better condition future engagements to allow for all perspectives to be voiced, but to control that sort of bullying-like approach.
Yeah, we definitely did discuss it with them. And I think it's worth noting that although the rules of the World Cafe was explained at the start, I think a key point that we chatted about was the need for 2 facilitators maybe at each table, which would allow for better, sometimes with one person and the number of people at a table, it can be hard to keep everyone on point. So that was one key learning from there. And definitely just shutting people down when they're moving off track right from the start. So there was some key learnings for that type of an event for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think other than that one incident, the entire process went really quite well.
Mm-hmm.
I was also surprised and I guess a little disappointed that of the workbooks that went out for kitchen table pizza parties, unless this was amended as well. It notes that 30 workbooks were given out, but only 7 were given back in.
Yeah, it was a disappointing return considering how many we gave out.
Do you have any is there an active theory as to why 27 groups didn't return the workbook?
It's hard to speculate on that. Some people just picked them up when they came to the in-person event, so it's hard to know how serious they were about actually returning them. We did, everyone email that we had, we made sure we contacted them multiple times to remind them of the deadline to return the workbook.
Yeah.
So it's hard to know.
Regardless, I thought it was a worthwhile approach, and I would hope we would continue to use that approach in future engagements, but hopefully with better results. Councillor McCallum,
Thank
I
you.
gave you enough time to think of your question.
I got it together. In the Housing Solutions Workshop, through the general comments, I did attend one of the World Cafes and had an opportunity to listen to some of the ideas and concerns that came out of the participants. I note that at those particular cafes, there was a lot of one-way ideas, but not necessarily a response on the feasibility of those ideas. How are we going to be able to close the loop with the public on some of the ideas they put forth and whether they are feasible or not? So I'm just looking, so somebody puts incentives for legal existing suites, which is something that we have in play right now since this occurred. And then just ideas around, well, the concern about second home ownership and what kind of pressure that puts on the current housing market and what we are and are not able to do as a municipality, those kinds of things. How are we going to have an opportunity to close the loop on those inputs?
Yeah, I think to your first point, the more specific projects to neighborhoods or very specific ideas, I think the idea of the engagement and going deeper, more into the collaboration stage is something that we need to explore more, do a better job of, is engaging residents, but also empowering them to give us decisions and help us find solutions, not just throw ideas out there and then expect that because it was said, it will now happen. It's a two-way conversation, and the need to establish that and have a productive two-way conversation that can move towards solutions is a challenge. And I think it's something that we need to grow at and continue to work on. I don't know if that exactly answers your question, but
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to understand what the plan is, like,
and maybe to the second part of your question, it's obvious that we can continue to do more information and communicating about some of the bigger themes that came out of this. I think that there's a lot of things to look at and educate the community on as far as housing goes, and roles that can and cannot be played. And yeah, I think there's a lot more communication that can happen.
yeah, like I just looking at some of that, like specific comments, developing an age-in-place facility. We're doing that. About the person who's put this input in, how do we communicate to them that that's actually something that's going on in the community? Or rent control. It's not something that we really have jurisdiction over, and that's a provincial responsibility. Or there's little nuanced ideas like that that come out and have come out for the whole time I've lived in Canmore. But something that certain things that we're not able to act on, or that we're cautious on acting on based on the cost of things, et cetera. I just want to know how we're going to be able to communicate that back to the public so that they don't feel that they've produced an idea. And so,
Ms. DeSoto, did you have something to add?
Well, just listening to Councillor McCallum give some more examples. No, I don't really have a response, because I believe you're talking about responding broader than the current results report, which just produces the results, right? So I know that we collected a lot of emails and during this whole process, and so the intent was not just to put the report on the website, but to send emails out to those who participated to say, for full results, please go to our website and here's the link, so that at least they can go back and say, oh, well, that's how my input was taken into consideration into what we've heard and what are the next steps. I mean, really, that's the results of this engagement, was to summarize for council what the community said, and for you as leaders in this community to choose to advance some of those ideas or build on some of them, et cetera. So, but education is an ongoing responsibility, and we will continue to do that, through our partners like CCHC and Bow Valley Regional Housing, in whatever way we can.
And to that point, I think when we send that email out to all the stakeholders that participated with the report, it is an opportunity for us to highlight a few of the key things that are happening already, such as the tour of MacArthur Place that we went on yesterday. And it actually has a number of things in the building incorporated that are highlighted in this report: storage space, other things like that. So there are opportunities to follow up on some of the specifics that were mentioned.
okay.
Councillor Seeley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for your presentation, Mr. Robertson. This is really good information, and glad that we did the work. I did host a pizza party, and the participants were very involved and very thankful for the opportunity to be able to provide the information. And there's always an education component with this, understanding CCHC, what the PAH means, what the rental means, and all that, and they are actively participating. One of the participants was a long-time Canmorite, and he thought he was going to have to leave town, but he doesn't have to do that anymore, so he's on the list. So, thank you.
That's great.
Last question I have is, you note in your report that there is an awareness of the need for more affordable housing options, particularly for workers, families, and young adults. And I looked through the report and I didn't see anything specific. I wondered if there was something in the feedback that isn't in the report specific to identifying the housing needs of older adults as well. I mean, that's more and more a conversation in my demographic as we ease gently into our golden years. Other housing opportunities that would allow older adults to stay in town is a topic of conversation. It's certainly not as high a priority as what we've been talking about, but did you see anything specific in the response that was received around that?
Yeah, there are a lot of comments, obviously, and at the end, the report is summarizing kind of high-level themes and things that were heard a lot. But there were absolutely comments for all types of housing that were needed, so it's for an all-inclusive age range demographic. It's just that in the high-level themes, the most comments were heard for those, which is why I mentioned those in the report. So it's not to say that there wasn't comments heard for that demographic and their housing needs.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions at this time? Seeing none, thanks for your report and all the work you and your colleagues have done on this project. With that, I'll move the council approve the Everyone Needs a Home report for planning purposes. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. We're running a bit behind now, so I'll call a short recess. 10 minutes. So, be back quick.
John?
Yeah. Mr. Fart. Item G3, expression of interest, 1451 Palliser Trail, the Moustache lands.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Borman, members of council. I will try to be brief this evening as we have a number of weighty items left on the agenda. So the first item I'd like to discuss this evening is a request for decision that council approve the release of an expression of interest for the development of an employee housing and/or purpose-built rental unit for the parcel at 1451 Palliser Trail, otherwise known as the east portion of the Moustache lands. So, as you are well aware, council has identified affordability as the #1 priority for the 2016 to 2018 strategic plan, of which affordable housing has been identified as a key area of concern. Canmore has had a near 0% rental vacancy for the last 4 years, and the lack of affordable and available housing has been raised as the #1 concern by residents and by businesses seeking to attract and retain employees. We are recommending moving forward with an expression of interest as a way to involve the private sector in addressing the community housing need in a more rapid timeline and with a different investment profile than which the town can achieve solely on its own. So, a bit of the history. Over the last 20 years of development in Canmore, the industry has focused on a build and sell model targeted at the higher end of the market, which has not met the full continuum of the town's housing needs. We just heard Mr. Robertson speak at length about the result of the Everyone Needs a Home program. One of the interesting things that has changed recently is that the economic situation in both Canmore specifically, but then the province and the country in general, has changed so that the investment profile in Canmore is currently more attractive for people looking at a build and hold longer-term business model. So we have been seeing a fair degree of interest from the private sector in exploring the possibilities of doing development in Canmore that is different from the traditional build and sell model that has been prevalent here in the past. One of the big constraints, of course, for the private sector in order to be able to do something in this area is the availability of suitable land. Land, of course, must be of a suitable size to achieve a critical mass of units. It must be proximate and appropriate for transportation options and key amenities. So those are some of the concerns that need to be looked at. Of course, recognizing the challenges that the town faces around affordable housing, the town obviously created CCHC a number of years ago, and there are some good initiatives being pursued by CCHC. However, CCHC has some inherent challenges in terms of delivering, especially a large number of units in the short term. So the primary challenges for CCHC is, first of all, they have a shortage of staff resources and expertise to deliver complex and large-scale developments. And the second challenge they have, in addition to financing, is that much of their programs are tax supported, and there is a limit to the amount of tax support that the municipality can provide given budget constraints and other priorities. So the level of interest that the private sector has expressed in exploring build, hold, rental initiatives in Canmore presents an opportunity for the town now to address housing needs through a different project profile than that employed by CCHC. The purpose of this expression of interest is to explore whether it is possible for the private sector to lead a build, hold, rental, or employee housing project utilizing potentially town land that is both profitable for the private sector and meets a critical need for the town. The big advantage to the town of this is that it would be the realization of needed housing stock with little to no tax support required. The picture up there demonstrates the parcel that is under consideration. That is the eastern portion of the Moustache lands that the town swapped with the province for the place where they're building the seniors lodge. So one of the reasons why we're moving forward with this expression of interest is because we have received a number of unsolicited interest or expressions of interest from the private sector. And we are informed that at least some of these private sector individuals would like to come forward with a proposal to council. And so rather than having council have to deal with these proposals in an ad hoc manner, we would like to actually provide a level playing field for all interested parties to be aware of the opportunity. This gives the local developers and the local industry the opportunity to be aware of what is going on and have the opportunity to bid and provide a proposal as well. The town does have a land sales policy that would allow for council to consider a sole source sale of land. And of course, through land use, they can impose conditions. So a sole source or an unsolicited proposal could be an option. But administration really does favor the approach of giving industry notice. And essentially what we really want to do is say, here's this parcel of land, explain to us how you can best meet the town's needs in a way that is both profitable for you and benefits the town. And we're looking to see what kind of innovative ideas the private sector comes back with. We did look at some alternatives for the parcel. One of which, or the main one of which, was we could rezone the land and simply provide it to CCHC to add to their land bank and allow them to develop it at some future date. A number of reasons why we chose not to go down that road. The first one being, as I've already discussed, it would be a considerable period of time before CCHC would have the resources available to do anything on this parcel of land. They have their hands full with MacArthur Place, and they have another project that is a priority for them immediately following MacArthur Place. Furthermore, we really do feel that the opportunity to explore a design, build, operate model is very interesting for the town. And what I mean by that is, I think you're familiar with the concept of a straightforward design build, which is we would tender a project, we would ask a proponent to design the project and build the project, and then we would take ownership of it. In this case, we're proposing actually something slightly different, which is, yes, we want you to design it and to build it, but then we want you to operate it for a period of time that makes sense for the private sector party and makes sense for the town. And that could either be in the form of a short-term lease, or in fact, it could be in perpetuity. It could be a long-term sale, as long as it meets the housing needs of the town. That is my presentation. Like I said, very brief. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Councillor Grossroot.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Fark, for the presentation. I just wanted to clarify something that was in your report and that you spoke to, and that's being CCHC providing tax-supported affordable housing, which of course it does. I just didn't want to give the impression, and I'm just hoping that you don't, that that the majority of the costs are tax supported, because in those models, of course, a majority of the costs are reimbursed through the ultimate owner or renter of the property.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But normally what the town provides is some base funding for their operations, and some seed funding to be able to start the process of development. The majority of the costs are cost recovery and are self-supported. You're absolutely correct.
Great. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, because I know that's one of the misconceptions that's in the community. And I certainly appreciate your presentation. I was wondering if you could speak to the current ASP that's on the land.
Absolutely. So there is an existing ASP that for the parcel in question, and quite frankly, a lot of what we are proposing is in contradiction of the ASP. So the ASP does speak to comprehensive development, which is what we would be doing. It does suggest tourism-oriented use, mixed use, commercial and retail is a possibility. It's not meant for big box stores or expansive parking, so we would be consistent there. They would be looking for high-quality architecture and landscaping, which we would be consistent with. It does say that due to noise, it is not recommended for residential. We do believe that there are undertakings that can be made that can limit. We can do noise attenuation design. We can create a bit of a berm, different things that can mitigate the concerns around noise. There is a maximum building height on that parcel. And of course, there are concerns around storm pond and flooding and whatnot. So the long and the short of it is, the proposal that we're going forward with is not consistent entirely with the ASP. The land would need both a rezoning and an amendment to the ASP, and that is something that I believe we can do in parallel with this process. We would probably start that once we get the expression of interest back and we have the ability to see what the proposals are, and whether or not there is a proposal or a number of proposals that the town feels are appropriate to pursue. And that would come back then as a decision for council, and then at that point, we could run those processes in parallel.
Thanks for that. And just one more question then, related. But isn't it fair to say that the town really has limited options in order to pursue an employee housing project? Because we would have to use town lands, because private lands are just not conducive to the economic model. And in order to have a P3 partnership and be able to get something like this, I mean, there's just very, very few choices that town would have. And this would be the best one of those choices.
Absolutely. So there's a couple of things. First of all, simply the size of the lot. You need a lot big enough for critical mass. And there aren't a lot of even privately held lots available in Canmore in an appropriate location that would be suitable. The town itself doesn't own a significant amount of land, and the cost of land privately held is certainly a barrier. So, and we have heard from other existing communities that they want to see other options out there. This is certainly an option, and it is a good one. It is town-owned land in an ideal location.
Great. Thank you.
So just in regards to what you said is direction in the ASP, discouraging or at this time disallowing housing on that particular lot.
Not recommended, yes.
Not recommended. And the noise and other factors like that were...
Yeah.
noted.
So that ASP was from 2000, it's the Palliser ASP. And obviously in the 16 intervening years, a number of factors have changed.
So I'm curious, so the Blackiston and the Hector and the third building lot that CCHC has would be subject to the same constraints, arguably.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So was the ASP amended to allow Blackiston and Hector? I don't recall.
I will defer to Mr. Fish.
No, they were not, but the ASP contemplated potential for residential on that site. So there's a different policy area that applies to this site.
Okay. So then what I'm hearing is just depending on the results of the AOI, there may be reports back to council looking for amendment to the area structure plan and ultimately zoning.
That's correct, yes. This is our opportunity to go to the private sector and say, tell us your best ideas. Be involved. Tell us what you think can be done here. That's not simply led by the town.
Great. Are there other questions at this time? Seeing none, thanks for your report. With that, I will move that council approve the release of an expression of interest for the development of employee housing and/or purpose-built rental units for the parcel at 1451 Palliser Trail. Speaking of that motion, I will support the motion. It addresses directly the number one priority that council has identified. I recognize that this sort of use wasn't envisioned or recommended when the ASP was written 16 years ago. And that's a factor that we'll have to respond to should there be a successful AOI and then RFP. But we have been encouraging as best we can the private sector to be involved in addressing the housing situation in the town of Canmore. We've been very clear in saying we can't do all of this work as a municipality. And the fact that there's been more than one expressions coming forward from the private sector asking about these sorts of possibilities, it seems like a very good idea to at least explore the possibility. So happy to support the motion. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Fark, for your presentation. I, too, will be happy to support this motion. I think it's very interesting that people are coming forward with proposals and ideas, and ideally it would be good to have a competitive approach to that. And I think that just the fact that the awareness in the Bow Valley of housing issues could have people look at opportunity here. And I think this is an opportunity, and I really think we'll get some good insight into what that opportunity might look like, and I would be happy to support this on a go-forward basis. Thanks.
Councillor Krausert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll support this motion. It goes very much in the direction of, as you mentioned, our number one priority. It also goes to strengthen our economy. We have a significant shortfall of housing for employees. That was identified in the CBT survey. Literally hundreds of beds could be used right now. So it's a need of our businesses, and in addition to possibly having a successful local body apply through this process and do the building and operating, it's going to be incredibly supportive for our local businesses. And the fact remains, as was discussed, that we have very, very little option of where such things could go. Due to cost, private land would preclude this type of development. And so looking at the town-owned lands, this is the best one for that. And I'm excited by the P3, the public-private partnership opportunity. So I think this is a great initiative.
Councillor Comfort.
I also will support this. I think that we've certainly heard from the public that we need to be more innovative, and that there is not just one. CCHC is not the only solution to the many demands for housing, and having just heard the presentation on Livable Canmore, we know that this is another place. So it'll be interesting. There are challenges certainly with that site. It's unserviced, with challenges to and great cost to putting in the infrastructure. So I'm curious to see what the private sector has to bring forward. And as we know, that's often the place where the most innovation and entrepreneurship arises. So this will be great to see.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I am very happy to see this come forward, and I'm happy to see it happen in tandem with other projects that we have going forward, such as secondary suite incentives, the development up in Three Sisters MacArthur Place, as well as the 63 units of seniors housing that's being built and the 60 units being planned in the near term. So this is timely. I look forward to seeing the creativity and ingenuity that comes forward from the private sector on this. And it is an interesting site, the upper lip of the right moustache. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this, and I thank administration for bringing this forward.
If there's no further discussion on the motion, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on then to item G4, the Town Centre Parking Restriction Trial. Mr. Fark.
You see, we're working hard on council priorities.
Exactly, as you should.
As you pay us to do, absolutely. Evening once again, Mayor Borman, members of council. So in this case, we're talking about the council priority to address traffic and congestion in the downtown core. And what we are requesting is that council approve a trial 4-hour parking restriction in the lot surrounding the town center transit stop to begin in August 2016. So as part of council's priority to address parking and traffic congestion, administration has been working together with the BRZ and other interested stakeholders on a number of collaborative initiatives in 2016. One of these initiatives is, of course, the consideration of time trial parking. Shopping and tourist districts rely on time restrictions to encourage parking space turnover and to discourage all-day parking for low-priority activities. Council has previously identified traffic congestion and parking as a priority and approved the 2015 capital budget that included a number of parking and traffic initiatives. So one of the key points here is that how people move into and out of the town center and their experience while there impacts the quality of life for both residents and visitors and impacts the economic success of businesses. So as I said, we have worked closely with the BRZ towards looking at a parking management strategy in the town center. And a number of the initiatives that we have looked at include a multimodal parking study, angled parking conversions, time-restricted parking implementation, stall painting on Main Street, and we have converted the Little House to the gravel lot, the Little House gravel lot into parking. So what is a multimodal parking study? Well, it seeks to understand how people move into and out of the town center and how they park when they arrive here. So we are looking at not just counting cars, which is the traditional way, but we're going to be counting pedestrians, cyclists, transit, etc., to try to get an overall picture. The multimodal parking study will be the basis for drafting a parking and traffic congestion strategy. It will include engagement with a number of stakeholders in order to gather a complete approach. So currently, parking in the town center is either 2-hour restricted, 15-minute restricted, or unrestricted. Parking on private land for businesses is generally restricted to business customers and may or may not be time restricted. Restrictions, just to be clear, are typical responses to discourage what is seen to be low priority use of parking. And of course, in our downtown area, there are different types of priorities we would like to promote. Obviously, somebody who comes, parks, for example, in the lot next to the transit, and then gets on the bus and spends the whole day in Banff is not what we would consider a high priority parking. We want to encourage people who are going to access local businesses, enjoy the vibrancies of the downtown, and that is the type of behavior we want to encourage. So the 4-hour parking strategy, as you can see from the map up there, we're simply proposing at this moment in time to trial 2 lots and for 2 months, for August and September. And then based on the results of that, we will use that to inform the overall parking strategy, which will come back for our council decision in the fall. There are some financial implications, but very minimal. Signage will be required, and there will be increased bylaw patrol required on the enforcement and education side of things, and both aspects of those are already included in the 2016 budget, so there is no additional budget ask. That is my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. In general terms, I think this is really good idea. I wonder if leading up to this, there was any time spent by Bylaw or anybody sort of doing a anecdotal survey of current parking practices in that town center core. I'm thinking particularly of, do we have any idea of how many stalls are tied up for full day time period? Do we know what the baseline is?
Not necessarily by bylaw, but certainly anecdotally, we know that a large percentage of those stalls are taken up. For example, I think it's safe to say that several people who work for the town, for example, may be parking in those stalls all day while they are working here. Other employers in the area will have the same thing, where their employees who are spending a full day at work are parking there. So we do know that, I mean, any day that you walk through that lot, you can see that the lots are generally quite full, and that vehicles don't tend to move a lot during the process. So we don't get the turnover that we're looking for.
So with that in mind, albeit anecdotal, the 4-hour period that we're trialing, what's the rationale behind 4 hours as opposed to 3, say? I'm thinking, so somebody working downtown drives down, parks for 4 hours in the morning, goes home for lunch, comes back, parks for 4 hours in the afternoon. They're tying up a stall most of the day and yet meeting the restrictions.
Right. I mean, certainly anybody who is creative can find ways, regardless of what the time restriction is. The 4 hours is based on industry best practices and what we've learned from other municipalities, where it's the optimal amount of time to allow people to shop, dine, conduct business in a unhurried manner. So they still have ample time to do that, but it's not long enough that it encourages people to push the boundaries or stay for a full day. So it's essentially based on industry best practice.
Okay, and so we'll be moving the town fleet out of that parking lot for the trial period at least?
So we discussed that, and if that would be council's direction, we could certainly consider that. We have not proposed to do that at this moment in time for a couple of reasons. One being simply operational. The fleet is there. It's not personal vehicles that people are using. They are operational vehicles there, and we would prefer to avoid unnecessary constraints around operations. The other being concern over other lots farther out, that because they are not personal vehicles, they are not taken home at night. They would be left out elsewhere in a less high-profile location overnight, which could result in other concerns. So for that reason, we were not proposing to move the vehicles, but it is certainly something we could consider if that were council's direction.
It seemed a little awkward if we didn't, but that's my opinion. Councillor Russell?
Thank you. So I'm just curious, when we start doing the time enforcement, are we going to be, we're only doing 2 months, are we prosecuting people right away, or what's?
So as always, when we engage in this type of activity, there will be a period of education, and there will be some enforcement as well. So we will do both. There's also the parking study that will be going on, and part of which will be engaging with people and discussing with them how they are parking and the reason for doing that. So there will be an education component there as well.
Okay, I think I get that.
The short answer, though, is yes, there will be enforcement as well.
Councillor Krausert?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Fark. As you mentioned, not only town employees, but I expect other employees of local businesses might park there all day. You also mentioned the possibility of regional transit users parking there for an extended period of time. And so obviously we would like a smooth transition. So I was wondering if you could speak to sort of what advance communication will be done if this is approved before implementation in order to provide alternatives such as walking, biking, other places to park.
Great question. So as you can see on the map, we've already outlined some alternative locations. We do expect that this will displace some of the longer-term parkers to the outer edges of the core. So we've already developed the alternatives map. The intention is to go out with a bit of a communication campaign with our partners. And for example, the BRZ will have discussions with them and disseminate through the business. We will likely do an ad in the paper where we'll outline that information and try to provide people with as much advance notice as possible. In addition to that, we've taken a number of initiatives like installing permanent bike racks, promoting the cycling and other modes of transport, walking as alternatives, and providing the infrastructure for people so that they can do that. And they can do that in a way that they feel safer and more comfortable. So it's part of the all-encompassing approach that we have been taking.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Stanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Fark, again for your presentation. I'm wondering if the time-limited 4-hour parking is between certain hours. Is that mentioned in your report? I can't see it.
It's not mentioned in the report, and yes, it would be only for certain hours, and it would be for the peak times, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay. Because I guess one of the concerns I have is overnight parking, because I know people come downtown with their vehicle and they don't necessarily want to drive home, so they take a cab.
Yeah.
And it's,
This would not preclude that.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that would be supportive of that
Yes.
concept. Also, have you had a chance to talk to someone from Arts Place to find out what the impacts might be on that operation?
Yes, so I spoke to their executive director. I mean, obviously they have concerns that if we are displacing all-day parkers from these lots, that they will just drive around the Arts Place building and park there. The reality is that that is also a public lot, and there are already all-day parkers parking there currently, and that there is currently no restriction on their ability to do that. So this is a pilot project, which is what we've explained to them, and that based on the outcome of this pilot, we will hopefully have information that will allow us to actually implement a broader strategy that would likely eventually see the lot on the other side of Arts Place also included as time restricted. But they do understand that in order to make that recommendation, we need some evidence on which to base it, and that we do have to limit the trial to only a certain percentage of the stalls. We can't do everything all at once.
So when this time-limited parking project trial pilot is completed, is there going to be a period of time when things go back to the way they were, or?
Absolutely. So at the end of it, the intent right now is that it would revert back to unrestricted parking unless we are able to, and there's a possibility we could, depending on the results of the parking strategy or the parking study, we may be able to bring forward a proposal during the trial. I think that that's unlikely, so we would likely revert back to a current situation and then come forward with a strategy, because we're going to look at probably more than just those lots.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Comfort?
Yes, thanks for your presentation. It'll be interesting to see the results of this. I'm just wondering, are there any ideas in planning about commuter parking for the people that are going back and forth to Banff or other locations?
Well, so we have the increase in regional transit that has already taken place, and we have the introduction of local transit, which we hope will alleviate some of that burden. We have looked at options for intercept parking, and we are planning to include some of that in the design for Railway Avenue when we look to do that project as part of the capital, long-term capital plan. But in the near term, we don't have, similar to the previous discussions, we don't have a lot of options in terms of available land for intercept parking, for example. So what we're trying to do is optimize and make better use of what our current facilities provide.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to Councillor Comfort's question, is it possible for commuters to Banff from Canmore to park, if they were to take the roam, at the base of the cemetery, just next to, what's that hotel? The Holiday Inn?
I believe that that is privately held land, maybe Mr. Burt.
I'm not sure if legally it's allowed. We'd have to look at the land use, but as a commuter now, I've noticed probably half a dozen vehicles that are parking at the, kind of near the entrance to the cemetery. So again, we'd have to look and determine if that's our land or provincial land, but it is starting to be used.
It would be interesting to take a look at, even beyond this parking trial, to see if that's something we could utilize in the short term as sort of, what do they call it? Kiss and fly, kiss and ride.
Park and ride.
Park and ride, I
Yes.
do that too.
Yes. So
No?
the difficulty is that we know it's not town-owned land.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is it?
But it might be a decent interim use solution in the meantime until we get a larger strategy organized. Not as dumb as I look. Alaric's got the map.
Yes, he was
Bum,
diligent.
bum, 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 bum.
So is it town-owned?
There is a mixture. The parking area near the front is actually part of the Trans-Canada Road right-of-way. But then, as Ms. DeSoto, I think, mentioned, it is, oh, Mr. Burt, having trouble telling the two of them apart. It might actually be cemetery expansion land.
So it is our land in the interim?
So,
Oh my gosh.
This will be interesting.
Mind blown.
so the blue parcel, so to say, is the cemetery expansion lands, but the parking lot here is part of, actually all one giant parcel, part of the road right away.
So it belongs to the feds,
Province.
province. I'd be happy to lend it to us unofficially.
What they don't know won't hurt them.
Yep.
I mean, it's road right away.
So that's the purpose of it.
I mean, the town is responsible for road right of way. I'm not sure about the Trans-Canada, but the Trans-Canada is a much larger parcel and even large areas of the Trans-Canada.
Anyways, it's just an idea.
Yeah, and certainly one we can explore. I didn't think that that was town-owned land, so
Not as dumb as I look.
I've learned something new.
Councillor Seeley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Fark, just thinking down the road a little bit, and with a trial, you can be maybe creative. Is there technology out there in case it becomes a problem for the 4-hour parking? People just moving their vehicle from one stall to another. Can you track it to the license plate? And so to prevent moving vehicles and...
I'm going to look to Mr. Burt for that. I believe that the old-fashioned way we do it now is we take a piece of chalk and we mark the tire.
Sure.
And if the person moves their vehicle, then unfortunately the chalk is lost.
And I'm
So-
just thinking if it ever becomes a problem, it might be something that we could do if the technology exists.
Yeah, I think we'd look to our counterparts in Banff who've taken a far more aggressive approach to parking enforcement and looking at strategies at which they employ, but my understanding is they're still currently employing the old school chalk park on the tire.
Yeah.
It's cheap.
Yeah.
But there are technologies that you could do something like that?
Well,
I think we would have to explore that for sure. And there's other options if we were to go to like a full-blown permanent
parking restricted.
parking restriction. One thing that's intrigued me in the town of Banff, primarily to deal with the locals, and they have different software to deal with it, is the first ticket's $5.
Yeah.
And then after that, it becomes the $90 fines, whereas our fines are $90 and if paid within 45 days, or sorry, paid within 7 days or $45. But there is a significant investment in the handheld infrastructure to make that happen, so that's more of a longer term.
I paid a $5 fine. I really appreciated that.
How many times?
Just once. Just once.
You only get one.
It worked.
There's no further discussion at this time. Thank you very much. That I'll move the council approve a trial 4-hour parking restriction in the lots surrounding the town center transit stop to begin in August 2016. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on to item G5, the amended reserves policy. This is where we might bog down a little bit.
Normally I'm so fast.
Well, look, even the press is leaving, or at least half of them.
I warmed them up for you, Catherine.
Sure.
They're all agreeable, so.
How are we doing time-wise?
Can't believe
7:45. We're pretty good. We're only 10 minutes behind.
Right. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. I'm before you this evening on the first of 3 different agenda items. So the first one is the amended reserves policy. This was sent out preliminarily with the draft agenda package. You'll notice that the titles changed. We went from restricted surplus to reserve, back to reserves, and that was as a result of the agenda review. So my recommendation is that council approves the reserves policy not as presented, as amended. As I was looking through the package, getting my presentation ready, I noticed that on Schedule A, the title of Schedule A should say Reserves Policy Schedule A rather than Restricted Surplus Policy Schedule A. So hence my change in recommendation. So why are we changing, or why am I making this recommendation? So it's part of our work of the long-term financial strategy that council approved was to go back through all our policies. We've implemented a tax policy, a debt management policy. Now it's time to update the reserves policy. And just to remind you, we had Mr. Harold Johnsrud come as part of the long-term financial strategy kickoff and made a recommendation that our policy be amended as it needs to be more specific, more intentional, as well as more realistic. Also, since that time, especially in the 2016 budget, there's been a couple of more reserves that have been created. As well, later on in the agenda package is budget guidelines, which includes multi-year budgets. Part of the guidelines are to look at having a year 2 corporate contingency. If that's the case, that would also be included in the reserves policy. So, what research did I do? Well, I reviewed our current policy. I researched Government Finance Officers Association and other best practices. And I looked at a number of North American municipalities' policies, including the towns of Brooks, Collingwood, Parry Sound, Strathcona County, the districts of West Hants, Saanich, Mission, and West Kelowna. West Hants is in Nova Scotia. And the cities of Calgary, Edmonton, Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, and Guelph. So, what did they all have to say for themselves? Well, they all said that policy should include the purpose of having the reserves and why are you having a policy. The conditions and the approvals needed to transfer monies in and out of the reserves. What are some of the minimum and target or optimum levels for each of the reserves? How did you come up with those levels? Any terms, length of time, or if they're ongoing types of reserves? What do you do with any income from interest for investing the money that's in the reserves? How do you improve a new reserve or a new fund? Make sure that your policy is publicly available and that council is reviewing it periodically, as well as that they've originally adopted it. Make sure that it reflects your statutory and your legal requirements, and that it makes sure that you're following what Canmore's philosophy is for financial condition, and making sure that those are in line with that. So, what about the new policy? What's new? The new policy has items that are based on the best practices and the research that I've done. It includes some information on ratios to guide our financial health. If you remember when we did the debt management policy, we beefed that up by including some statistics and ratios that can be provided on an annual basis to give you an idea of sort of what our financial health is. So I've done the same thing with the recommended changes to the reserve policy. Also, it sort of explains something that we've been doing anyway, and that is there's a difference between cash flow and reserves. So there's lots of times, for example, as you may recall, when we're constructing or acquiring a capital asset that's going to be funded by debt, we don't take the debt until we're finished building or acquiring the asset. Well, we have to pay the bills before we get the money from the debt. So from a cash flow perspective, it's helpful to have money available that you can use to pay the bills until you get the money. Or sometimes we won't get grant funds in until it's finished. And another big thing is, it's kind of like having a paycheck once a year for the most part. Property taxes get collected, for the most part, by June the 30th. We have to go the rest of the year trying to fund the money we need to continue our operations. So that's another philosophy that's now laid out in this proposed policy. We've included all those things that the best practices said about minimum and optimal levels and how we establish them, included the new reserves, as well as, if you will recall, when we did the utility rate review, there was a recommendation from the consultant to treat water utilities separate from wastewater utilities and recycling separate from solid waste services. So the reserves have done that and reflected 4 reserves for our utilities rather than just 2. Some of the statistics sort of try and give you an idea of what are best practices. I didn't do the calculations at this point, but they will sort of give you an idea what your ratio is for your reserves to your debt, how much you're putting away every year, those types of things, whether your ratios are going up or going down over time. So how did the limits that are in the recommended policy come to be? Mostly from looking at other municipalities' policies. So I found a whole bunch of information. A lot of municipalities had limits on their general operating reserves. They ranged between, some of them went with percentages, between 5 and 15% of your annual operating expenses. So those are things that don't include transfers to and from reserves or transfers in between departments, just your pure money that you have to pay out during a year. Some chose 1 month or 2 months. So 1 month equates to 8%, 2 months equals 17%. So that was great for operating, lots of guidance there. But when I got to capital, it was all very philosophical. There wasn't really any hard numbers for me to go with. I mean, I agree with the philosophy. Set it in line with your needs. What are your financial requirements? What do you anticipate is going to happen? What's your funding philosophy? So that was all well and good. But I did manage to find 2 municipalities that gave me some target numbers, and what they used was a percentage of the historical cost of their assets. So kind of like a portion of the amortization or depreciation during the year. So what I did is I sort of used those numbers in order to make the recommendation. So I took the 2015 assets. I removed the utility assets from the equation because our philosophy is that utility is self-funding. So the utility assets that need to be replaced or acquired come from those utilities. So then I took a look at, well, what would we need in the general capital and the asset rehabilitation replacement reserve based on the numbers for those assets. So roads depreciated a certain percent, added it all up, and that's how I came to the maximum that's recommended, or the target that's being recommended. So I'll explain some of those limits. What does it all mean, and what does that all look like? So when I talk about the target or the optimum level for the tax stabilization and the general municipal operating, if you add those 2 targets together, that equals 17%. That's the 2 months of operating expenditures. So that's where the logic came from that. With the general operating, I took the minimum as the lowest that I found in comparator municipalities, which was the 5%. The target is sort of a mid percentage for just purely the general operating reserve. When I looked at the tax stabilization, I sort of looked at the target being a total of 2 months of operating and a minimum of a total of 1 month of operating. Over the 2012 to 2016 period of time, our average operating expenditures were about $27.8 million a year. So that's taken out all those transfers and things. So that's so 17% of that is 4.7. Right now, our operating reserves are sitting at 4.3 as at the end of 2015. As far as the corporate operating contingency, it was a guesstimate. And more, if we do go that route, more work can be done on what that correct number is as part of the budget process. I have lots of details if you would like the percentages, but I'll carry on until there's questions. So, as at the end of December 31st of this year, the projected balances for the various reserves are as on the chart here. So there's the operating total is 4.3, general capital at 9, and then there's program specific as well as development reserves. So these are presented sort of in the same categories that you'll find in Schedule A to the proposed policy, with total reserves projected to be $24.3 million. So with that, I'm back to my recommendation, and I'd welcome any questions that you have.
So just a question about procedure, or curious, how do you keep track of the use of reserves to fund cash flow and then the subsequent replenishment, noting that it's prudent to use the reserves rather than short-term borrowing? So is it I imagine writing a check on this reserve and paying that bill there, but how's the fungibility of the
I was going to say,
funding?
brace yourself, I'm about to use that word.
So, but what's your process in the finance department to keep track of what's come out of which reserve for what purpose?
Okay, so we don't have a bank account or an investment for each reserve. So I don't go to the general operating investment and say I'm going to withdraw $10,000 to fund X bill. I write the check and it comes out of the bank account. So I'm monitoring the bank accounts and I'm monitoring the investments. So the investments aren't invested in a separate investment for each reserve, nor do I have a separate bank account. We're taking a look at the total amount of money. So if I add up what the balance is in our operating account and I add it to the investments, I make sure that it equals or exceeds what I should have for my reserves. If I don't, then I would go and look at that at the end of the year as to why, and that's when I would do an analysis and a reconciliation. To date, that has not needed to happen. So there's a difference between having reserves as a funding source and they're an asset from money that I need to have flowing through my bank account in order to pay my bills.
So then, if you don't keep track in that way of individual reserves, how do you come up with these kind of figures here, the projected balances in the reserve?
Okay, so don't keep track of it as in what checks I wrote from what reserve account, but it is kept track of on, here's the opening balance of the reserves according to the audited financial statements. Here are the things that we've committed to spend or pay for out of the reserves already approved by council. Here are the transfers that we've committed to come in. Here's the things we've committed to come out. So we do keep track of what approvals we've had from council to fund in and out of the reserves, as well as what the actual numbers are when we get our audited statements. So we are tracking that. And the auditors make sure that that's tracked, and they also make sure that we do have funds available that do cover that reserve.
So at any moment in time, you can generate a chart like this?
That's correct.
Okay. Councillor Crusher.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Van Campina. I had it right in my head and it didn't come out.
Do you want me to go back to my maiden name?
I got it right that time. Van Campina.
It was Weiss.
I have for you a compliment, a comment, and a question.
Okay.
They're separate.
Do you want the good news first? Or
Well, the good news. Once again, I just want to compliment you on what I think is an excellent policy in strengthening all of our financial policies. Another excellent example of that based on wonderful research and excellent fleshing out of where we need to be more detailed. So thank you very much for that. The comment, you had caught the big Schedule A restricted surplus policy, but I just noticed that, and this is just editorial, I don't think it needs to be comment, but it is still restricted surplus is still mentioned several times throughout the chart that probably want to become reserves in the capital and the utilities especially. So I just point that out. My question, given that the corporate operating contingency is in anticipation of a multi-year budgeting, would you be at all concerned if I were bringing a motion just under the purpose to just, basically describing it subject to approval of multi-year budgeting? This is the purpose.
Not a problem at all.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure before I put that out there. Thank you.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Van Campina, for your presentation. Just further to Mayor Borrowman's question about how we write checks on a short-term basis that come out of reserves but then get returned when we've got the actual funding source that isn't the reserve. Under 6.1, it says only council can approve the drawing down of a fund for operating or capital purposes. So would you have, I think you did mention that you get that approval at some point to write that check?
Yes. I'm sorry, were you?
So, yeah, so that's what you were explaining, was that there's a council approval in advance of that process?
Okay. I'm trying to think of a good way to explain it so I don't lose you further. When I write a check, I'm writing the check because I'm acquiring something or I'm building something that's within approved budget. So there's council's authorization for us to spend that money. When I write the check is in our bank, from our bank account.
Right.
So when you think about it, I'm not funding the acquisition from reserves instead of what a council approved in the budget. Having money putting it away in a savings account, which is reserves, allows us to make sure we have funds in our bank account I'm not drawing from the reserve. Like, I'm not using the reserve as the source of funding. I'm using reserve to provide an opportunity for cash to keep the cash flow going. I don't know how.
But some of our reserves are in fixed-term investments and things like that.
But not separate. So it's all
Okay, it's
fungible.
all,
Yeah.
right, so
Yeah.
it's essentially one source of funding, but it's allocated in different ways
Yes.
in
So,
the savings mechanism?
yeah, so
So some of it's available, but some of it's locked into investments.
right.
that
So
correct?
what I do is we make some interest on our bank account, but only up to a certain point. So I'm doing an analysis of how much cash we're going to need. So I keep a reasonable amount in our bank accounts, and then I move some of it into short-term investments that will come due within 30, 60, or 90 days. So that stuff I think is going to be coming up. And then I have a series of long-term and longer-term investments, so things that are invested for greater than a year. But then I stagger maturity dates so that they mature as we need the money. Then we get taxes once a year. So in July, I usually go and figure out what our cash flow is going to be and start making investments that way. So there may be some investments that are longer term, they mature, and we'll have that money put into our bank account. But then I'll take some of the property tax money and put that back into a longer term. So it's kind of a cash flow investment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I know.
yeah, but it was just that statement said that council approves access to reserves, but that's not necessarily what you're talking about.
No, it's
Because it's not really removing it, it's just moving it within the system?
I'm just using money to pay bills.
Right.
When the policy refers to council needs to approve movement into and out of the reserves, that's in the form of budget. So council approves budget to contribute $1 million into the general capital reserves. That's part of the budget process. Council will approve to take X amount of dollars out to fund the flood mitigation structure. So that's what I mean by approval for council, to be able to move in and out of reserves. And those types of things, anything that will change the balance of the reserve account, I need council approval.
Okay.
If something doesn't change the actual balance, it's a cash flow thing.
Right. Can I just ask you about 4.2? That says, draws from reserves must not exceed the fund balance unless it can be demonstrated to council that future sources of revenue will provide adequate funding to return the fund to a positive balance. How do you exceed the fund balance?
It is possible for you to have negative reserves. So, for example, you have a balance at the end of 2015 in the PAH reserve
1.2.
of you're projected to the end of 2016 to have $1.2 million. But November of 2016, there's a project available, and you're going to need to take out $1.5 million from reserves. So you would withdraw the $1.5 million during 2016. So now your end of year balance would be minus $300,000. So that would be overdrawing. At the time that I would bring the report where you would make that decision, this policy says, I better bring a plan as to how we're going to get that money back into that reserve. And that's what it means. So
it's overdrawn. That's
Yeah.
essentially what it means. Okay.
Yeah.
That's how I understand it. I can't imagine overdrawing the reserve.
I worked for a municipality that has done that.
Okay, I guess we just don't do that. So there was a provision in here for that.
In case that happens.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Thank you.
Wasn't that long ago, this municipality didn't actually have any cash back reserves. It was all
Paper?
paper. So, I think we should all take pride in the fact that this council and administration has continued to significantly strengthen the financial policies and oversight for the town. So I really appreciate the work you're doing in leading us along this sometimes complicated road. Just thinking back, not that long ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, there was a trend under a previous finance manager to reduce the number of reserves that we had and monitored, and was, for good reasons, we're starting to increase the number of reserves again. So it's just kind of thinking it's interesting how sage advice and practices change over time.
I don't think it's a large departure away from where Mr. Holt had taken the council. And that's sort of why there is a provision in the policy where it says, before you go and create a new reserve, think about if it can fit under one of the other reserves. So hopefully that will mitigate having the fire truck replacement reserve and the sidewalk replacement reserve. And
It's kind of where we were.
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's great. Councillor Comfort.
Sorry, so this is my stupid question. Why don't we just have one great big honking reserve, speaking to the last point, or more itty-bitty reserves that speak to a specific project?
Okay. So I'll pick the itty-bitty thing, because I'm going to use that word fungibility when it comes to dollars that council has an option that they can choose to do things with or not do things with. Those are sort of fungible dollars. One tends to like to separate them into operating and capital, and sort of as part of this long-term vision, the reason why I had recommended splitting out the asset replacement is I really wanted council to see that as a separate thing, as an important thing. So it's the sort of the optics of that. Then there are other reserves that council does not have the option as much what to do with. I'm just thinking about offsite levies. It's collected for a specific purpose, or cash in lieu of parking, or MR money. So those those are legislated to be separate. And then there are other things that council has instituted that they have said have specific purposes. So for example, the photo radar, it's important to keep that money separate so that you can see what's happening with it, you're intentional about it, and then you're following a particular policy. So that's sort of why I'm recommending not having one great big pot.
Okay. And then I think it was quite recently we passed the policy where one of the conditions was if we take the money, we have to say how we're going to put it back, where the money's going to come from.
Correct.
And that's a really key piece, I think. Anyway, I just also wanted to follow Mayor Barman's and Councillor Krauser's kudos on the work you've led us through. It's really strengthening things, and I thank you for your hard work.
Good, thank you.
Thank you for the report. Then if there's no further discussion or questions, I will move that council approve the reserves policy as presented. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Krauser.
Thank you, Your Worship. As I indicated in my questions, I would like to propose one amendment to Schedule A. So this is on Schedule A under the purpose statement for the corporate operating contingency. Just add to the beginning of that purpose statement, subject to multi-year budgeting being approved by council or required by provincial legislation, comma, and then is to fund unexpended emergent operating demands. Just to be perfectly clear that it's not a pre-decided about the multi-year budgeting.
So discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, I'll call the question on Councillor Krauser's amending motion. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Back to the original motion as amended. There further discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Then moving on to item G6, the Budget Committee Terms of Reference Amendments.
Good evening again. So Budget Committee Terms of Reference Amendments. So the recommendation is that council amend the terms of reference for the Budget Committee as presented. So what's being presented? What's changed is that new name, Finance Committee. and that's to reflect an expansion of the responsibilities and the oversight that would come with this committee. So currently, the current budget committee terms of reference is very, very budget process focused. What's changed is that the objective and purpose statements have expanded to provide council with an expanded sphere of influence in the form of the finance committee. List of responsibilities is longer. We've also in the proposed terms of reference, we have it as the Chief Administrative Officer chairs so that the mayor is a participant rather than trying to lead. As well, the committee has the authority to both review and also review or approve specific matters. But it's also important to note that there's also a provision in there to say that just because the Finance Committee has approved something doesn't preclude someone from bringing it back to council for reconsideration. The only thing really in the Municipal Government Act that council is not allowed to delegate is approval of budgets. So it still has to be that this committee would review and recommend the budgets. Council, sitting as council, would have to formally adopt them. So what are these responsibilities? Well, the proposed ones, and again, you could approve these as this committee by a majority vote. It deals with the budget process, debt statistics as required by the debt management policy, any financial policy, so these, like that reserves policy, wouldn't have to come back to council, it'll come back to the finance committee. The annual audit. Oh, sorry, I lied. There's one other thing council can't delegate to the finance committee, and that is to approve the audited financial statements. Finance committee could look at long-range financial plans and do the work on that, make adjustments to those reserve levels that we talked about. As well, right now we have quarterly variance reporting coming to council. There's an opportunity to bring those to the finance committee, which would allow the finance committee to sort of delve into it a little bit more, provide more fiduciary oversight and control. As well as we could bring our capital closeout sheets and capital reporting progress to the finance committee, as well as the finance committee could appoint the town's auditors, as well as meet with them prior to the audit commencing. And in that way, if there's any concerns or direction or things you'd like to discuss with them, you can do that before the audit commences, which isn't something that happens now. So what are some of the possible meeting topics I thought I'd throw out there, so giving an idea what that might look like? I'm thinking in May would be a good time to bring the first quarter variance reports. We could bring along the budget guidelines, so the finance committee could consider the budget guidelines and approve them as well. We could look at reporting on the capital projects, as well as doing some work on long-term financial strategy. Then looking at say an end of August type of meeting, beginning of September, we could bring the second quarter variance reporting. That's when you can appoint the auditors. And then you could review and approve the long-term financial strategies. Then we're looking at our November meetings, which we traditionally had usually around budgets. We could throw in the third quarter variance reporting, as well as a meeting with the auditors. And then we could take a look at recommendations and orientations and review the debt and reserve statistics. And then at least once per term, this recommended change to the terms of reference would have the finance committee making sure that they do look at our policies. So back to the recommendation that council amend the terms of the reference for the budget committee as presented. I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you. A couple of questions. One around the 8C. We have it right now. The CEO will chair the finance committee meetings. And I recall that there was the discussion at the agenda review committee about that last week. Initially, your draft suggested the mayor would chair. And we were talking about how the budget committee process actually functioned, where the mayor was not chairing the meeting, the CAO was the facilitator, and it worked very well. So in light of that, at the agenda review committee, we talked about formalizing that for the finance committee, that the CEO would chair the meetings. In thinking about this, once the final terms of reference came out, I was thinking that there would be most of the other meetings of the Finance Committee might be more appropriately chaired by the mayor. So would it work if the Section 8 was amended to say the mayor or the chief administrative officer shall be the chair of the committee, and then arguably we could establish a practice whereby the Finance Committee is chaired by the CAO and others are not?
Yeah, I understand that the chief administrative officer can delegate anything that's given to them, but I'm not sure if she can delegate up. Yeah? No? Then we'll have to make that change.
So we can change 8C to read the mayor or CAO.
That probably should be an amending motion.
Right.
Yes.
So then I would just allow for that opportunity. Then under responsibilities, the way it's worded is the Finance Committee has the authority to review and approve such things as the budget process. So that's the process as opposed to the budget.
Correct.
So the Finance Committee would still give recommendations to council regarding the budget itself?
Correct. But it could set the guidelines, the meetings.
So I'm just wondering if that encompasses the intent. Finance Committee has the authority to review and approve where does that sort of indicate that the Finance Committee would only be making recommendations to council on the budget?
In my opinion, it's the combination of the reference to the budget process as well as the Municipal Government Act that stipulates that only council can approve a budget. But I'm open to if you need more clarity within the terms
I don't want to
reference.
make it more complicated than necessary. I was wondering about changing that to read the authority to review and approve or make recommendations to council on the following, but there's a bit of a nuance here. The budget process is different from the budget itself. So we'll leave that for now. Chew it over. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you again for your presentation. I just had a question about the previous slide that you put up there with the May, August, and November, the quarterly variance reporting.
Mhm.
We currently do that at council meetings. Is
That's
that correct? Okay. So are you proposing that we would have to go to a completely different process, or can we do either or? Would that allow us to do, if it fits in the council meeting format, then we would continue to do it that way?
That's correct.
But we would be sitting as council at those,
Yes.
as opposed to having a separate meeting as Finance Committee.
So council does, yeah, so council doesn't have to hear and approve the variance reports.
Right.
Usually it's accepted as information, which also lends itself, if you're interested, to hear it as the Finance Committee, say you want to spend more time with it than you historically have. It would give you a better opportunity for more questions without eating into council agenda.
Okay. So how would we discreetly make that decision throughout the year, in advance?
So I see with the Finance Committee having an agenda package going out no different than it has previously to a Budget Committee, and that agenda would include the variance reporting, and as part of the review process or the feedback process, someone could, as part of the Finance Committee, choose to table that and say, I think this is something that needs to be heard before council, or be open to hearing that ahead of not having to actually do it formally through the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you just tell me the advantage of doing the Finance Committee as all of council as opposed to a subcommittee?
So I think where the biggest part comes from is from some of my understanding of past experience. So when we first created the budget committee, not every counselor sat on the budget committee. So there was a bunch of work done by the budget committee on the budgets, and then it came to council, and because there were members of council who hadn't been privy to the conversation and discussion and debate, it had to be redone again in the form of council. So I think that was a one-year thing, and it was quickly changed to ensure that all council members sat on the budget committee to not have to redo things. Hence the recommendation to have all of council on the finance committee.
Okay, good, thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question with regards to the responsibilities, 6A. Am I interpreting this correctly, that it's intended that basically council is delegating all matters related to the town's fiscal matters to the finance committee, that they're allowed to?
Correct.
Right, because it's those things, but it's not limited to those things. So it's basically anything that's a fiscal matter that council could delegate, this gives it authority to do so.
Correct.
Okay.
Doesn't mean that it has to stay there.
Right.
Yes.
So it could be dealt with by council, but it could also be dealt with by the finance committee.
Correct. And if something is dealt with by the finance committee, it still has an opportunity to come back to a future council meeting and to be considered by council as sitting as council.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time? Seeing none, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Then with that, I'll move the council amend the terms of reference for the budget committee as presented. And I'll move a couple of amendments. The first being this one, which we've talked a little bit about. To amend 6A to read the Finance Committee, the Council delegates the Finance Committee the authority to review and approve or make recommendations to Council on matters related to town fiscals and matters. Just allows a little more room for how the Finance Committee deals with various things. It's when it's appropriate and recommended, then approval will be given, great, or we have the ability to do that, the Finance Committee would. And when it's recommended that approval isn't necessarily recommended, but that the Finance Committee would recommend to Council in some way. So it may prove not to be necessary, but it's just allows a little more option for the Finance Committee. So to the amendment, is there discussion? Questions? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And the other one is under item 8C, just to add the mayor. So it would read, the mayor or chief administrative officer shall be the chair of the committee. Is there discussion on that motion? Did you have a
Question.
Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. So, question to the chair, since it's your motion. So, is the intent that budget meetings within the Finance Committee structure would be intentionally chaired by the CAO unless she was unavailable, and then the mayor
No,
would
the
step in?
intention is so that generally speaking, the Finance Committee, I think, would be chaired by the mayor. But when assembled to deal with the budget itself, as has been our practice over the last 2 or 3 years, it works better when the CAO is facilitating that meeting. So this just allows the Finance Committee, again, the ability to choose which approach would work better for the given situation. So I'm thinking a lot of this stuff, when we talked about the budget committee, we're envisioning being assembled down there, a little less formal. But most of these other things will be presented, and likely the finance committee would be sitting up here. It would be awkward if the CAO was chairing the meeting from over there. So depending on how it feels most appropriate, it gives the committee the opportunity to be chaired by either or.
So the committee will be able to choose if they felt. Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Sanford?
Yes, Your Worship. That's what I was trying to get clarity on, as to who would determine when and how the committee is chaired.
The committee.
So would we vote on it?
If it was necessary to vote, sure.
Okay. Well, it leaves it open-ended because either or, but the decision would be made by the finance committee under which circumstances we're in.
Yeah, it's just a matter of practice. Typically, everything we do as a collective is chaired by the mayor.
Right.
Our practice has been with the budget committee to not be chaired by the mayor, and that's worked really well. So I would expect that most everything the finance committee needs to discuss would still be chaired by the mayor, but this allows us that opportunity to not have it that way, and it would be the committee's prerogative as it's worded, I would think. Does that make sense?
It does. It just doesn't really tell you what the procedure is to decide. It would be probably advantageous to have the mayor chair those meetings with the auditor. Would that be the kind of circumstance you would see where that's?
Yeah, any of the meetings that are set up with this kind of formal process, somebody presenting to the finance committee, questions from committee members, the chair should be sitting up here. Meetings that are a little less formal and assemble around the horseshoe table in the room, anybody could chair that meeting.
Okay, well, as long as it's clear and
Clear
it's
to me.
determined. Okay.
Is it clear to the CAO? And we can, we're changing a process or practice, and as we did with the budget committee, we massaged the process and made it better as each experience. Further discussion on the amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillor Krausert?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to propose an amendment to 8A. Thank you. This is with regards to meeting frequency. I just want to insert some words after meet that say at minimum quarterly and then continue with as required. I believe it's the intention of the Finance Committee to review all of the quarterly financial statements. That's where I come up with the at minimum quarterly. And I just wanted to make sure that there was requirements that would be for it to meet instead of just leaving it open-ended as required. Apparently that motion's not very exciting or newsworthy.
I don't think it was your motion specifically. I think the press got bored with mine.
Okay.
I drove ready.
Okay. Anyway, I'd ask you to consider that amendment.
Is there discussion on the amending motion from Councillor Krausert? Councillor Sanford?
I think the question I asked Ms. Van Kaimpima earlier was whether or not we could incorporate some of our first, second, and third quarter variance meetings into regular council meetings, and I thought she said yes. So I'm not really sure that we need a minimum quarterly meeting. That's something that we do quarterly. I'm not sure what other things we would be doing quarterly, but I think we should be looking at efficiencies here, so I won't support that.
So just to respond to that, I think if the Finance Committee is going to have a role to play. It should be a consistent role. And it should be meeting as part of a focused meeting on financial oversight. I used the quarterly as just an example, but it could be any number of things. Having to do that, we need to meet at some point with respect to the auditor. We need to meet at one point with respect to the budget. We need to review policies from time to time, plus there's the other financial statements. And I think the other statement I heard was that this could clear up agenda items and allow focused meetings with regards to financial matters. So I would, well, I appreciate the concern. I would support having at minimum quarterly meetings.
Speaking to your amendment, I'll support it. I understand Councillor Sanford's concern. Bear in mind that the Finance Committee doesn't necessarily have to meet separately from council or at a different time. It could be if the only agenda item is the quarterly operating financial variance report, the Finance Committee could convene right here, do the business, 15 minutes, adjourn, and then council meeting open. So it doesn't necessarily mean that there has to be a completely separate meeting set up and require all members of council to come for the very short meeting. So I don't see it as onerous, and it is a little more directive. So I'll support the amendment. Is there other discussion on the amending motion? Beg your pardon? Did you have? Go ahead.
My only concern would be that it would be a per-deemable meeting, and I think we should have meetings when we need to have meetings and not be regulated to have meetings at minimum quarterly, because that's adding 4 meetings that we may or may not need. So that's all I'm thinking.
Councilor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. It would only be per deemable if it was outside of, in addition to a regular council meeting, if it was outside of a 4-hour period. So if you had your regular council meeting, whether that be committee of the whole or regular business meeting, in addition to a 15 to a half an hour minute meeting with the Finance Committee, that's well within 4 hours generally. That's not an additional per diem.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Motion's carried with Councillor Sanford in opposition. Back then to the initial motion as amended to amend the terms of reference for the Budget Committee as presented. There's no further discussion. Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on then to item G7. May as well get a motion right now to continue doing the business past 9 o'clock to allow us to complete this last item. Discussion on that motion. See none, call the question. Those in favor? Oh, there you go.
What are we
Councillor
looking
Russell?
at for time commitments?
Pardon me?
What are you projecting?
Well, in
for
the
this
agenda,
year?
it says 25 minutes or something.
Okay, thank you.
25, 30, yeah, 20, no, not even 15 minutes in the agenda.
My presentation will be about 5 minutes, and then it'll be the discussion.
Yeah, and given the discussion this afternoon, but I expect it'll go past 9. So calling the question, those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Ms. Van Kuympema.
Your Worship, members of council, I present to you request for approval of proposed budget and business plan guidelines. So the recommendation is that Council approves the 2017 and 2018 budget and business plan guidelines as presented. It's important to note that these are guidelines and not commandments. So what are the main guidelines that are proposed? To approve 2017 and 18 budgets in December 2016, which is an approved pure multi-year budget. That the 2018 operating budget includes a 2-year corporate contingency to address any unexpected or emergent demands. That a preliminary direction is given by council for not more than a 4.5% tax increase per year. In previous years, administration has started out our November budget deliberations at 9, 11, 16%, and then we did a bunch of whittling down from there and ended up with a significantly smaller number. By providing this starting point for administration, it allows us to do a lot of the legwork on trying to whittle things down into a more palatable number ahead of time. So we're asking if council would consider providing us some parameters from the outset, but again, council can choose to do what it wishes with that guideline. The guideline also includes information to administration regarding the capital funding envelope for all capital projects. So I took the average over the past few, projected over the next 5 years, and it's just under 16.9 million, so the guidance is don't go over that. It's going to include a tax growth estimate, as we always have, as well as how we've always treated cost of living and performance increases. Other things it does is it moves the operating contribution to capital funding up to the 5% level. So that's just over $1 million. And we would keep that for both 17 and 18 so that we know what the number is when Mr. Irwin is busy trying to fund all of the different capital projects. He knows the number. We've also operated what would the process be if there's going to be any changes to the operating budget. How would that work? That's something that's new. As well, the Finance Committee meets in November to discuss and approves in 2016. So it's important to note that a lot of the stuff that are in these guidelines is stuff that has been happening up to this point. It has never been put out there for council to actually approve that. So in line with me beefing up policies, the idea was also to beef up the guidelines, to give you some more information on what we're asking council's guidance to be for administration. So why would we bother doing multi-year budgeting? It aids project timelines for capital. So we talked about how if something's going to be funded by debt, it takes some time to get the borrowing bylaw in place. There's a delay in project starting, as well as there might be opportunities to start the tendering process late in 17 so we can get construction going early in 17. The Municipal Government Act will require it. And by giving it a shot this time, a 2-year budget, it allows us to sort of figure out what the processes could be or couldn't be, what works, what doesn't work. Provide some certainty for both administration, council, and the public to know what's coming up or what preliminarily is coming up. And you set your priorities to the end of 18. Setting this budget would also provide the same length of time for the finances that fall out of that. Gives you an opportunity to move forward in a deliberate direction, promotes proactive approach to managing your risks, and it allows you more time to strategically plan earlier in the term. And I'm specifically thinking about early in the term following the October 2017 election. Rather than 2 weeks later, you're into budget meetings. There is an opportunity to get together as the council, do strategic planning. You already have a budget in place. You could do strategic planning, and then if you feel that there's any changes that need to happen, you could implement those before we make the tax rate change, but there isn't the pressure of right after an election to hurry up and get a budget passed. So what doesn't it mean? It doesn't mean a 2-year rolling, so we're not going to approve 2017-18, and then 18-19, and so on. It means approving 17-18. We can make adjustments as needed. Next iteration, we're going to do 19 and whatever we learn or we're legislated to do. There's a process for making changes by both administration and council, so you're not stuck with your approved budgets with no opportunity to respond to any needs, as well as administration doesn't have free rein. In there, it's very clear, administration manages the budgets just as we do right now within what council has approved. We cannot expand scope or decrease scope. We can't increase or decrease staffing positions, and we can't increase and decrease the total cost of things and the funding source. So how does it work? We approved in December 2016, you approved the budgets, elections October 2017, November 2017 as part of the regular orientation, orientate council to it. Early in the 2018, do strategic planning. June of 2018, the Finance Committee would now set the budget guidelines, and in December 2018, the approval for the next set of budgets or budget would happen. So you may ask, what if a new council wanted to change direction? Isn't a council precluded from tying the hands of a future council? Changes can be made, and council ties its hands all the time of a future council whenever they sign a contract that's for longer than their term. So really, this is no different. The next council can choose to not continue the contract, can choose to not have the budget be what it is. So this is not really any different from that. So what does a budget change process look like? So if there's no change in scope, service level, or full-time equivalents, just what we're doing now, the manager manages within that year's budget. That doesn't work. Try, in this case with multi-year budget, tries to manage within the 2 years of budgets. That doesn't work, then we try and manage it across the organization. Maybe there's opportunities to shift budget dollars between departments. And then we move into something that's new as well, is there is the year 2 corporate contingency that's available as part of the budget changes. And as we always have, if that still doesn't work, we have to come to council before we spend the dollars to get council approval. So if there's a change in scope and or service level and or full-time equivalents or staffing positions, council approval must be gotten. So what if council wants to make some changes? If the budgets, so just so you know, budgets are re-presented, re-looked at, re-approved every year. You could still make the changes as you normally do. If the tax rate hasn't been set and it has a tax implication, you bring it, we can make adjustments to the budget. There's still the council contingency, and council also has access to the year 2 corporate contingency. So there is room for making adjustments. So those are all operating changes. Changes for capital budgets, still same system, has to be approved by council, and so it's no change to the current process. So what about this year 2 contingency thing? So there's some volatile types of expenditures that are hard to judge even within the next 12 months. And so this contingency provides money, recognizing that in year 2, we're further out, it's going to be more difficult to estimate what those numbers are. We would make sure that we set those amounts as part of the budget process, so the Finance Committee will consider that in November and make recommendations to council. Preliminarily, it's at 1.5 according to the reserves policy. That's up for discussion. We can decide what that is. And to start with, it wouldn't have to all come from taxes in 2017 or 2018. There is an opportunity to fund that from the reserves. That's part of the discussion when we talk about the budget committee and what the contingencies should be and where the money comes from. And I sort of see it as a phased-in approach to slowly over time have the money coming from taxes, but not to have it all happen in the 1 year, to fund it all from taxes. So what about surpluses? So there are actually 2 types of surpluses. There's departmental surpluses and corporate surpluses. So if I talk about a departmental surplus, that's within the finance department, what did I end up with revenue over expenditures at the end of the year compared to budget? Corporate is talking about the whole town of Canmore, all the departments put together. So there's a process in place as to what we would do with surpluses. There is, if a department feels that they need to carry over a surplus for a particular plan, that would be in discussion with the general manager and the CAO. The departments have to carry over their deficit and try and manage it in the second year. One other thing is you can't automatically carry over one-time expenditure, one-time revenues. That's a one-off, so we don't get to count that and carry that forward. Something that's important is departmental and corporate surpluses and deficits are going to be reported on annually. And the corporate surplus deficit is calculated after the annual audited financial statements, and council still has the opportunity annually to allocate that corporate surplus. So the only other thing that's in there is a schedule for meetings for the Finance Committee come November. So right now the schedule has it set from 7 meetings in November, basically Tuesdays and Thursdays, from 9 till noon. Last year we went 8:30 till 12:30. So the total for 2016, we're looking at 21 hours to consider 2 years of budgets. Compared to last year, we met for 20 hours and we were looking at 1 year of budget. And then there's the approvals and things like that. So that part of the consideration, if you approve the guidelines, is that schedule being approved as well. So if you need to consider adjustments to that as well. But again, they're guidelines, it can change. And my recommendation is that council approves the 2017 and 2018 budget and business plan guidelines as presented. And I would welcome any questions you have. And I'm sorry I had to kind of Photoshop in the 3 missing people.
Yeah. Okay, then. Great. Well, thanks for that. Questions? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Van Kynpema, for your presentation. Back so soon.
Yes.
Now, if the second year's budget was to be opened and changed, is that something the Finance Committee could actually do or not? That would have to come to Finance Committee might be able to make recommendations.
That's correct.
Review it and recommend, but then it would ultimately have to come back to council.
That's correct, yes.
For a vote. Okay.
Yes.
So it wouldn't separate the duties. It would essentially still have to come to council.
Yes, the Municipal Government Act, council's the only one that can approve budgets.
Budgets or budget amendments. Okay, because that would be an amendment to the second year budget.
Yeah, that's considered to be a new budget.
Oh.
So it would still be council having
Okay.
to approve a budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cressert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Van Kynpema. With respect to the expected requirement by the province for municipalities to do multi-year budgeting.
Yes.
How do we know that they won't be requiring rolling multi-year budgets?
We don't?
Okay, so that, so we might be going down a road, but it might be a different road that that will be required to, or will be recommended to by, at least by the province.
That's correct. One thing in my research, because I was researching this as well, one thing I did find in my research is that looking at the Municipal Government Act proposed changes, it's based on Lethbridge. Like, that was the motivation for the province of Alberta to make changes, and Lethbridge does a pure multi-year budgeting where they approve actually 4 years at a time. Hence I don't know if the province is going to do rolling or pure, but I know that Lethbridge's method was the one on which the province, it twigged them to make some changes.
It'd be interesting if they require municipalities to do that, if they will then themselves walk the talk.
Yes.
My next question is, oh, you answered that one in the presentation. Bear with me. So who will determine if circumstances warrant a changing or the fine tuning of the budget, let's say going into the second year?
So sort of the vision. So you do the orientation November, so you have an idea of sort of what the budget looks like and how it works. Early in 2018, you do strategic planning. I think falling out of that strategic planning session, that might twig into, oh geez, that was a direction and we've now just decided as a council that really isn't our direction, or there's things that weren't included in the plan. So I think there's the opportunity coming out of that strategic planning session to, the direction being call a finance committee meeting. Let's have a discussion. Is that still what the budget is? So I think there's an opportunity, as long as that happens before the tax rate is set, if there's tax implications. I think that would be the initial process. If there's further changes that happen, I think that there's an opportunity, again, to have discussions at the Finance Committee. And then I'm not the expert on council protocols.
Well, I'm just wondering, is there anything in here, I don't think that there is, as it is presented, that outlines a process, a formal process where the question would be put to council. There's circumstances described, but there's not a formal process where it's put to the council or finance committee for year 2, whether that be a newly elected council or at some other point, just going into that next year. There's no, it would be up to council to bring it up, as opposed to there's a set time where the question's going to be put to them. Do you have any concerns or questions or suggested amendments that you'd like to discuss?
So a couple of things in response to that. First of all, these are guidelines. These are not set in stone policies that council has approved. The other thing is we haven't done this before. So I think that's part of the reason I'm recommending it, is for us to get in there and figure out what's needed and what's not needed. So I think there is an opportunity as we work our way through this to bring processes in, to have the finance committee set those up. How does a council member bring a budget change? How does that all happen? So tonight I don't have the answers, and I don't think the answers need necessarily to be in the guidelines. But I do think that there is an opportunity to still go ahead with this and learn those processes and what works and tweak it.
So just one follow-up, and I've got other questions that then I'll pass on to my colleagues, but just to follow up with your comment about they're not set in stone, but the expectation would be on administration that if we approve this, then the processes would be followed.
Until we hear differently.
Until you hear differently, but council can expect, unless something else is said, that these would be followed.
Correct. And
Okay.
that, at least you know that going in by having the guidelines.
Okay. Great. So I have other questions, but I'll pass it on to my colleagues.
Councillor Comfort?
Yes, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Van Kyn-Pima. I have a couple of questions. So if you can just remind me, the one-time revenue that might come into a department is not able to be carried over by that department?
Correct.
What happens to that money?
It forms part of the corporate surplus, and then council gets to decide what they do with it. Also, we've also had previous direction when there is an unanticipated revenue source that actually at that time a report comes to council and council gets to decide what happens with that money.
So we could.
So I don't see a change to that.
Okay, so that would be the same process.
Yes.
And then my other question is, you mentioned that Lethbridge is the only municipality in Alberta to have a so-called pure multi-year budget. I believe that model you explained to us this afternoon is a 4-year model?
Yes, it is.
And so would you anticipate then, we don't know, but that will be what comes forward in the MGA, a 4-year model to coincide with council terms, presumably?
So what I'm preliminary hearing is that there's a 1+3 year. So it looks like the province is batting around a 4-year, as well as a 10-year capital. So rather than a 5-year or a 3-year capital, I think they're projecting out to 10.
Okay. And then the other piece of that is, although Lethbridge is the only pure multi-year budget.
Correct.
There's a number of municipalities in Alberta that do the rolling budget, which is essentially a multi-year budget that is re-examined as an annually as an annual budget. But the idea is to go to a longer-term vision, a longer-term strategy.
Correct. So each year is essentially discussed twice.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councillor Sanford?
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to understand that when we do our budget annually, we do tend to go out 4 or 5 years with capital projects.
With capital,
Yeah.
yes.
So we do look relatively long-term for those, and we often do look at funding sources, et cetera, et cetera. So is this more of a formalization of that process, although we're dealing with operating now too?
Yeah, so what it is actually trying to get us to move the operating budget sort of along the same lines as what we've been doing for the capital.
Because I think that's been very helpful from my perspective, year over year, to see the capital budgets flow out and to understand that, you know, in two more years, we're going to be dealing with this for capital. So this is putting that operating budget in alignment somewhat with that way of thinking?
Correct.
Okay.
And actually in Lethbridge, what they do is they approve a 4-year capital to go with the 4-year operating, but what they do is they approve the capital a year ahead. So it's on a different cycle. And the operating gets approved a year later. And the theory behind that is there, you know, there's always operating, or not always, but quite often there's operating implications to financial projects. Then it can be implemented into the budget. So you'll have that before you set your operating budgets.
Okay. But at this point in time, we're talking about linking them for 2 years.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make it simpler, I guess, until we see how it works. We might decide it doesn't work for us.
All right, thank you.
Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was wondering, Ms. Kempima, if you could explain to me what the benefit would be in planning capital projects with regards to a 2-year budget.
Approval? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, some projects are funded from debt. So the process right now is I have to wait until the budget is approved, and then I have to bring a report to council for the borrowing bylaw, and then it has to be advertised for 2 weeks after first reading, and then it has to come back to council, and then it has to be 30 days. So anyway, there's a long process for that. So by the time, and no one is allowed to move on a project until we have the debt funding, the borrowing bylaw is valid. So that can take into April. Well, as you may or may not be aware, you know, construction window is short in Alberta as it is. Not being even able to start putting tenders out until April can delay a project. So what ends up happening is that quite often that project may not get completed in the year. It has to be carried over into the following year. So in quite a few cases, that capital project is going to be a 2-year capital project anyway. The other implication is that, for example, if there is a project that's sidewalk rehabilitation, and there's money for 17, money for 18 to do sidewalk rehabilitation, is just which ones. There might be an opportunity to just go and send out a tender package once, looking for bids, and to do this work in 17, this work in 18. You don't have to go and redo it again. So there's some other examples, but those are sort of the main ones. Is there might be an opportunity to also take advantage of pricing.
So essentially, this would allow engineering or anybody that's running capital projects in the town to find efficiencies either through pricing or through implementation of schedule.
Correct.
Gotcha. Thank you. My next question was with regards to the corporate contingency that you spoke of. So that would be contained within the budget envelope that we approve.
Yes.
But only in year 2.
Correct.
Gotcha. So it would not end up showing up as a line item in year 1, it would be year 2.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Krausert, do you have further questions?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Are there any other questions then at this time? Somebody just chuckle, or was that?
No, me.
Oh.
That was cackling,
Okay,
actually.
I see no further questions. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. With that, then, I will move the council approve the 2017 and 2018 budget and business plan guidelines as presented. I have a few amendments. So the first one is in the main body of section 14, to add the words, after when circumstances warrant, to add, or to advance emerging council or community issues. And that just speaks to the conversations we've been having about this aspect of the new process. Just the top one right now. So the motion is to add or to advance emerging council or community issues after when circumstances warrant in section 14. And the words themselves are lifted from the report in regards to City of Lethbridge's practice. So that makes it clear that if situations change, or if for whatever reason a councillor where am I? Yeah, or so this allows for that certainty that we continue to have that sort of oversight on what's happening and changing the possibly changing the budget. Is there discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Second amending motion there is to add a bullet in section 14 to direct that the 2018 budget will be discussed by the Finance Committee in early November to allow councillors to raise possible changes to the budget. And that addresses the concerns that several of us have voiced in earlier discussions on the matter, and Councillor Krauser just alluded to, that we want to have the certainty that if we feel, any of us feel that there's going to be a need to change any aspect of the budget that has been approved, that opportunity will be provided in early November, which then gives administration the time to move that through the process and get an approval on any amendments before the end of the year. Question on that motion, Councillor Krauser.
Thank you, Your Worship. I like this. This works towards having a set process to bring up those concerns. Just suggest a friendly amendment that early November 2017.
Yeah, okay, you bet. Accept that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sanford.
Yes, I was just going to propose the same thing, so that covers it. Thank you.
Actually, when I'd written it, I looked at it, thought, should I add in 17? I thought, well, the budget's 2017-18, so it was, anyways, fine. Any other discussion on the motion? See none, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I have two more short ones. Councillor Krauser, did you want to?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, you can. I've got some as well, but keep going. You're on a roll.
We're on a roll. Again, in section 14, to amend the 7th bullet to read 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. To read with council authorization approval rather than CAO authorization approval. And that's in regards to the draw from the budgeted corporate contingency in order to meet existing service levels or respond to emergency situations. I mean, it's a bit overstated because with a different policy, the CAO already has the ability to respond to emergency situations in these ways. But again, I'm just looking to fine-tune the process a little bit to reassure council and taxpayers that we're maintaining a certain level of oversight on this process, which we're unfamiliar with. Ms. DeSoto.
Just wondering if you meant Finance Committee rather than Council under the authorization approval. So with Finance Committee authorization approval, as this isn't a change to the budget?
It's just,
Can I speak to that?
Yeah, I meant council, but
Okay.
Councillor Krausert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I like this change. In response to Mr. Soto's comment, our reserve policy that we just approved, so that any uses reserves had to be approved by council. And the corporate contingency is a reserve. Is that not correct?
Ms. Van Kuypen-Pima?
In this case, the corporate contingency will be set up and approved already in a budget. So therefore, you don't need council. It's not a draw from the reserve. You've already budgeted for that to happen. So it's already approved by council. So Finance Committee can handle it if you would like to make a change away from the CAO. And it's not a change to the budget, and it's not a draw from the reserve.
Say that again. Could you say that again?
Sorry. It's not a draw from a reserve. It's a spend within an already approved budget.
Right.
Okay. So just on that, I support this change, and I thank you for your clarification or reminding us that the CAO already has emergency spending power, so this doesn't change that at all. We would still be expecting that the CAO could respond to emergency situations through those other powers.
Councillor Comfort?
Yeah, sorry, point of clarification from Ms. Van Kuypen-Pima. So what I hear you saying is that the corporate contingency is a different animal in a way. It's not a reserve per se. It's a budgeted amount that we're saying, if everything goes sideways, we've set this money aside for that contingency.
So as part of the budget process, what we're saying in year two, we know there could be things that we didn't estimate correctly. Therefore, we're going to approve a budget line that says corporate contingency expenditure, and then how we're going to fund that expenditure. For the first little bit, I'm recommending coming from the reserves and some from taxes. Where the funding comes from is not what the issue is. The thing to remember is it's an approved budget expenditure line.
Because given that case, it's almost redundant to me to say this, isn't it? Am I missing something? I know.
That's debate.
I know. I'm sorry.
This isn't specific to budgeted draw from the corporate contingency. At least as I understand the bullet, it's intended to give some sort of authorization direction for unexpected draw from contingency, that corporate contingency.
So this how I would view this amending motion, or how I would view what that statement says when it was the CAO, is rather than anybody just being able to overspend and say, take it out of the corporate contingency, that there's actually an oversight in the process, that there has to be an approval process before one can go and spend money under that line item. That's what the difference is.
Okay. Thank you.
So there discussion on the amending motion? Councillor Sanford?
So you're not amending it to Finance Committee, or you're amending it to Council? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, because there was some...
It's likely easier to bring it to a council meeting than to schedule a Finance Committee meeting and all that, just for the one item. Councillor McCallum?
thank you, Your Worship. Can you help me understand what it is you're trying to mitigate with this amendment?
Not mitigating anything, I'm giving certainty or better clarity on the oversight that council maintains on that corporate contingency and how it's accessed.
That contingency is already included within the year 2 budget. I'm trying
Creating the
to,
contingency is,
so it's
but as-
not outside of the budget, it's within an approved budget, so I'm trying to understand.
there's essentially a reserve that's created, and it's available as a contingency budget. Somebody, as Ms. Van Campina said, just pointed out, somebody has to authorize removing money from that contingency.
May I clarify?
Yes?
No one has to. The amending, no one has to. You can say, oh, no, I don't even accept that the CAO authorization is required, because technically, council has approved that line item in the year 2 budget. That in and of itself, or any other type of expenditure, is the marching orders, and administration does that, and the managers are held responsible for their spending. Recognizing that council may not be comfortable giving carte blanche to anybody to spend that line item, my recommendation was to set up a process so that there is some oversight and accountability over and above what happens with any other expenditure line in an approved budget. That doesn't have to happen. I'm recommending that it does, and your amending motion recommends that we move that approval process away from the CAO and bring it into the purview of council.
Ms. DeSoto, you had further clarification?
Yes, and I don't know whether it's going to cause greater confusion, because I know it's not in your agenda package, but you already have a budget amendments policy. I think what is happening currently is that potentially there's a policy statement that you might want to amend in your budget amendments policy, and we're putting it in the guidelines, and we were trying to do that to be illustrative in the guidelines about how the process would work. But I do see that as we move to a multi-year budgeting, council may want to review their budget amendments policy. Currently, your budget amendments policy within a 1-year budget gives me complete authorization within that 1-year budget to move funds as is being suggested in a 2-year budget. If council's not comfortable with that authorization being provided in a 2-year budget, but statement 4.1 of the budget amendments policy says the chief administrative officer is authorized to reallocate operating funds provided that the changes will result in efficient administrative and service delivery processes, and the total spending limit approved by council is not exceeded. So when the contingency line is part of an improved budget, and we have an existing budget amendments policy, what's being proposed by Ms. Van Campina in the guidelines now is consistent with that approved budget amendments policy. And I would suggest that, part of the Finance Committee's role as we move into multi-year budgeting will be to review all of your fiscal and finance policies and make sure they're in alignment with your expectations in multi-year budgeting.
Thank you. Councillor Sanford? Did you not have anything?
No, I did not push my button. Thank you.
Councillor Cresswell?
Thank you, Your Worship. With due respect, I take a different approach with regards to this contingency budget than was just described by Mr. Soto. I think the 5th bullet of this list is completely aligned with what Mr. Soto was just describing in our budget amendment policy, and that is, if there's no change in the service levels, FTEs, you can move between departments. This contingency amount only comes because of this multi-year budget. And unlike any of the other allocations to departments, it is without specifically stated purpose. And I think as a council oversight, even though we're allowing it, if we allow a multi-year budgeting, to be in there to allow for certain things, I feel more comfortable if council has that oversight to determine how it is used, while still retaining the powers and responsibilities that the CEO has received through the budget amending process for movement between departments in certain circumstances. So I feel very good about having this in place. One of the concerns I have with multi-year budgeting is this contingency and how it is to be used. And so until we have a better sense on that, I'd much rather have it come back to council in advance of it being used.
Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess my level of, I feel like we are, and I understand that the perspective that has been provided with this amendment, I just feel like we're diving in the weeds here a bit. And my reasoning is if we had a project that had contingency in it, we wouldn't ask admin to come forward to get permission to use that contingency within that project. And so I'm understanding that this is referring to operating, not necessarily a capital project. The similarities are still striking to me, and I guess that's where I'm struggling. I'm trying to understand how the two are different. And I'm not convinced that they are yet.
Just to close then, honestly, I have a hard time imagining how this will play out in reality. So right now we're taking a baby step towards multi-year budgeting process. And there's a certain amount of trepidation, clearly. So this change may ultimately prove to be unnecessary and perhaps onerous. But in that case, the guidelines could be changed with confidence, having experienced the process and knowing a little more firsthand how it actually works out. I don't see this as a major impediment to the process. May not be required or necessary, but just gives me that little teeny bit of extra comfort. I was to close, but Councillor Sanford?
Well, just in reply to Councillor McCallum's concerns, I think when there's contingency built into a project budget, we totally understand what that contingency is related to. But in terms of a contingency within the overall budget, it's not necessarily connected to anything. So I think just from the perspective of council oversight, it would be good to know what that contingency is being used for, because it's not being used for anything specific. It's not connected in a contingency in a specific budget line. So I think in support of what Mayor Borman's saying, that would just be my maybe to help you understand what the difference is. Maybe it helps, maybe not.
Okay, so with that, it's 9:30. I'll call the question. Those in favor of this amending motion, in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried with Councillors Comfort, Seeley, and McCallum in opposition. Councillor Krausert?
Thank you, Your Worship. I also have some amendments with regards to those bullet points on section 2, sub 14. Thank you, Ms. Van Kempen. The first one is with regards to the very first bullet point. If there's a shortfall in a department in 2017, it's expected to overcome the deficit in 2018. I want to make sure that there's some oversight by council if there's excessive shortfall. So I'd like to put a limit on that before a consequence arises. So what I'm suggesting is that any annual shortfall greater than 5% or $50,000, whichever is less, of a department's budget shall require a report to the Finance Committee outlining the plan to overcome the shortfall. So this addresses it right at the start in case there's any big problems. It's known that there will be a report to the Finance Committee, as opposed to waiting to the end of 2018, and if it was a big issue and it didn't get resolved and we didn't know about it for or have an opportunity to discuss it formally for a year. I expect it would show up in some variances reports, but this would make me feel more comfortable that there's actually a process in place if it's a large shortfall.
Councillor Comfort?
So I'm not sure who to address this question to, but isn't there in the Finance Committee guidelines, the new Finance Committee, there's also new stuff. Wasn't there a quarterly variance report that we would get every quarter? So wouldn't we pick it up then? It wouldn't be a year or 2 years or 18 months before we heard about it.
Yeah, thanks. I'd actually like to, beyond it being noted in a variance report, I'd actually like it to be a requirement right at the beginning of 2018 that there's actually a plan provided to the Finance Committee as to how to deal with the shortfall in excess of 5% or $50,000, whichever is less.
So that, you would want that information coming forward when it occurred or shortly after it occurred? Like,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a handle on that.
Yeah.
So if it was, say, in the first quarter of 2017, you'd want to know by the end of Q2.
No, it's in relation to this bullet point. If there's a shortfall in a department in 2017, it's expected to overcome the deficit in 2018. Now, my understanding is that they're going to have to prepare this report anyway because their managers are going to ask for it. I would just like it to come to Finance Committee so that we're aware of it at that time.
So to your point,
Okay.
Councillor Comfort, the quarterly report does note deficits and variations, but it's only for information. And I'm seeing this as asking that there's a plan outlined that will overcome the shortfall in the following year. Bit of a nuance, but further discussion on the amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously.
Your Worship, the second amendment I have is with regards to the second bullet. And this is another change that comes with multi-year budgeting, is the ability, normally all surpluses become part of the corporate surplus, and then council decides. I would like to see that practice continued regardless of a multi-year budget, but there is a potential that it could still be used by the department for the second year, but instead of CAO approval, I'd like to have council approval. So this is simply along similar lines as your earlier amendment. It's baby steps. I want to see what this looks like, and for surpluses, I would like to it to come to council instead of CAO.
Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Stanford.
Thank you, Worship. I would be reluctant to support this because I think that we're going to be getting into the weeds. Essentially, when we look at our annual surplus, it's a compilation of everybody's income or excess of that year. If we have to be looking at every department's surplus, I think we're going to be looking at a lot of information that's not necessary. And I would be much more comfortable leaving that discretion to the CAO, because there is a corporate surplus and there would be departmental surplus. I think that's, to me, I think that's the corporate, that's the CAO level to be having the oversight on that.
Councillor Comfort.
I concur with Councillor Sanford. I almost want to say I wouldn't know enough to say yay or nay to that department hanging on to that surplus. I would need to know quite a lot before I could feel confident in making a decision in that way, and I think that that's the CAO's purview. I'm quite comfortable with the CAO making that decision. And I'm presuming, again, that we would get information on those surpluses in the normal course of things coming to the Finance Committee, I think. So I don't think I would support this.
Councillor McCallum.
Yeah, for much of the same reasons that have been explained, I don't think I can support this.
Can't hear you, sorry.
Sorry, I said for much of the same reasons that have been explained, I don't think I can support this. It's a bit, it feels weedy.
I'll support the amending motion for the same, using the same rationale as the previous motion that I'd put forward. I mean, when it comes to surpluses, typically, these surpluses would accrue to operating surplus that council would get, after the audit, would have the opportunity to direct. Again, it may not, ultimately, we may decide or find that's not necessary to bring this to council, but I don't see significant downside, and I'm just curious how it would play out. Councillor Russell?
I think, I think this is a good point where we're all still, a lot of this is fluid and it's going to change. If it's the peace of mind factor now, let's try it out and see where it works. If it doesn't work, we can kill this at the end of the first process. But I mean, let's try it so we got everybody's peace of mind online with it. I don't think it's a colossal problem. I would support your thought.
And I'm going to ask you to close, Councillor Crowswood.
Thank you, Your Worship. So to close, it wouldn't be every department surplus. It's only the department if they are wanting to keep their surplus. So that is a variance from what we usually do, which is council would normally just decide what's going to happen with that surplus, and this would be taking that away. Secondly, keeping a surplus is essentially enlarging a budget for that year, and a budgetary decision should be made by council. So, because it very well could set up future increases to budget. Granted, it would only be by the CAO if it's not going to increase an FTE or change service levels. But if in fact there's a change that falls within those parameters, I think council should be in on that decision. And if we find out that it's not used often or it's how it's used is rather benign, then we could further delegate later, but baby steps.
With that, I'll call the question on this amending motion. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried with Councillors Comfort and McCallum in opposition.
And so my last amendment just follows through with that exact same thing. There's a wording in the very last bullet point that is not needed if the CAO doesn't have the power to approve surpluses. And so I would request an amendment removing the words "that has not received CAO approval" to carry over, because it would never happen.
It's unnecessary.
Yeah.
Discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried with Councillors Comfort and McCallum in opposition.
Thank you.
I have one last amendment that's going to be really quick. I don't think it'll prompt any discussion. Wow. We're going for a new record here. So the motion, as you see, is to add another bullet to section 14 to direct that annually the departmental surpluses and deficits, corporate surpluses and deficits, and any draws from the corporate contingency fund will be reported on to the Finance Committee. I think it's putting in words I think that's what everybody's already expecting, and administration's indicated would occur, but it's just going into the guidelines gives us that. Councillor Comfort.
Just a question, Your Worship. On this amendment, when you say annually, when? I think you should say when that would happen. by end of Q2, beginning of Q2?
Well,
following year?
I would see it in quarter
Year two.
Q4 then.
Like, I just think it changes if it's, I think it changes if it's multi-year.
Pardon me?
Sorry. Yeah, so
Okay.
within time of
Yeah,
that.
I leave it entirely up to administration's prerogative when to bring it,
Okay.
whenever it makes most sense. I can't think about it anymore. Councillor McCallum?
So are we just stating something that is already happens? Like, this seems like, and administration shall bring forth an audit in Q1. That's exactly what this is saying, because within that audit, it's going to detail all the things you're talking about. So is this like to make us feel good, or is this actually like teeth?
I don't think
Because
it,
we do this already.
that it's not stated anywhere in the guidelines that,
Yeah, but it's something we do. We are forced to provide audited financials by a certain time and a certain date every year. And I respect your want and need to feel comfortable, but at some point, it feels a bit like a lack of trust and stating the obvious. And I know that we're in our lots of the evening, so perhaps we're a bit fried, but I just think that you're stating the obvious in this amendment, Your Worship, respectfully.
okay. Any other discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried with Councillors Comfort, Seeley, and McCallum in opposition. With that, back to the main motion as amended. Further discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Crowthert.
Yeah, my preference is a rolling multi-year budget. I appreciate the amendments that have been made, and so I'm comfortable supporting this motion, but I'm just noting that I want to see what this looks like and whether or not we in fact accept 2 years budgets. I think it will depend on what it looks like, and so I just putting that out there, full disclosure.
Councillor Comfort?
Sorry, Councillor Crowthert, I'm not really clear what you said there. So are you saying that you support, you're uneasy about this multi-year budget, that you prefer a rolling budget, rolling multi-year budget to a closed multi-year budget?
Pure.
Pure. Okay. So what are we voting on here?
We're voting
Rolling?
on this. It's a pure
Okay,
as opposed to the rolling.
gotcha. Okay.
Okay, well then, just to speak to the motion, I mean, we have been talking about multi-year budgets for years. And it looks like it's almost certain that the MJ will require it. As we've noted, multi-year budget aligns with our multi-year strat planning process and approvals. And it speaks to the continued strengthening of our financial practices at the town of Canmore. I have no experience or understanding of the difference between this pure, well, I'm gaining some understanding, but rolling multi-year budget or this type of multi-year budget, like I've said, we've all said, we're kind of feeling our way through this one. So if it proves that it's too complicated or it doesn't work for the town of Canmore, then a future council can change the process to a rolling budget approach. But I think it's a really good, positive step to be taking at this time. And Councillor Crowthert?
I just wanted to clarify, I'm in support of multi-year budgeting. I would take a different approach because I believe that as council's number one priority, we should be going through a budget process every year. And I'm not particularly comfortable with contingency. I'm very hopeful that this process will work, and I'd like to see how it pans out. But I do have, I'm not completely comfortable yet.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, call the question. Those in favor, opposed, motion's carried unanimously. We're going to multi-year budget. That I'll move council be adjourned. Those in favor, opposed, motion's carried unanimously. Yeehaw.